We're going to be talking about some very, very fascinating subjects today. This is my favorite subject to talk about, and that's the idea of what does it really mean to be human? What are we doing here? What's the big picture? What's the game? What are we supposed to be learning? What's the objective? Why are we doing this? Why are we in physical bodies that can have suffering and pain and misery and joy? And let's not forget that, because sometimes it seems like it's all just one thing. And the media is trying to get you to think that it's all bad all the time. So I want to ask some big questions. This is a UFO conference. So ultimately, it's about UFOs. And UFOs are the beginning of a discussion, but they are not the end of the discussion. The discussion branches out into subjects like what you see on the television show Ancient Aliens. In other words, we got them here now, and we're only seeing saucers in the sky. And yet, in ancient times, we have civilizations that essentially popped up out of the box, 100% technologically advanced. And you'll notice the other night, how many did not see my panel interview the other night? Raise your hand if you didn't see the panel. Okay. So I had a panel with John Anthony West there, and he's the rogue Egyptologist who came out with the idea that the back end of the Sphinx has this rippling structure that looks like it was actually eroded by water, and therefore water falling on the Sphinx couldn't have happened to enough degree to cause that for at least the last 10,000 years. So it's got to be older than that. And yet John Anthony West, interestingly enough, on our panel became the skeptic and didn't want to say that there was any extraterrestrial component at all. And I didn't want to lower the hammer on him in front of a huge audience of people, but if I had done so, I would have said, dude, because, you know, I got to talk in that kind of young adult way. It disarms people, even though I'm 41. It's because of the alien DNA. Aging doesn't affect me very much. But anyway, I would have said, dude, how do you explain that this civilization pops up out of the box with technology that we don't have now? We're not levitating 100-ton blocks of stone and putting them together like Tinker Toys. What's up with that? But as far as he'd taken it was the idea that there was some sort of psychic power that they had to be able to levitate stone. Well, even developing that power suggests a very advanced form of civilization, but the problem is, if they had that power, then why wouldn't they have built anything else but pyramids? Why would they only build pyramids once they developed that power? Why wouldn't they have machines and gadgets and technology? So the fact that there are no artifacts in the fossil records suggesting any type of progression up to the level of building pyramids, quid pro quo means they didn't come from here. The question then becomes, where the heck did they come from and what are they doing here and why are they hiding? I've been asking that question all weekend. This all became very present beginning in 1947. This is the history of UFOs. I'm going to go through it briefly. If you've seen Wisdom Teachings, my show on Gaiam TV, some of this will be familiar to you, but the way I talk through it is not, and the arrangement is totally different, and there's some new things. So Kenneth Arnold in 1947 was a pilot who was flying along in Pendleton, Oregon, and he saw 9 bright saucer-like objects flying at an incredible speed, and he had no idea what they were. And he said that he saw them at 3 p.m. in the afternoon flying between Mount Rainier and Mount Adams in Washington State, and they wove in and out of formation, and he estimated they were going 1,200 miles an hour. Now, this is the origin of the term flying saucer. This is where it started. But interestingly enough, they only said saucer-like. The actual shape was a horseshoe. Some people don't know this. If you watch my show, you know this, but most people don't realize this. It's obviously very, very aerodynamic, but it's a totally different type of design than what we have now. 12 days later, this is very interesting. 12 days later, there was a sighting of the exact same type of craft with photographs. And this was by William Rhodes in Phoenix, Arizona, not too far from where we are right now. And this is his rather nondescript-looking ranch on some very flat land and just a boring old building there. And here's the front gate. And he was standing out there, and this object starts circling around the top of his ranch. What the heck is that? Well, he starts snapping pictures of it. And this was on July 7th, 1947, a date that might be a little bit familiar to you. If you're a real UFO geek, you know why that date is important. Because, guess what? The Roswell crash was the same night, and it was the same shaped object, and it crashed one state away in New Mexico. So we got 3 data points now. We got an eyewitness sighting from a reputable pilot. We got a guy who actually photographs it over his land before the era of photo manipulation. And the Roswell crash then occurs, was covered up by the government after they actually told the truth. The flying saucer term had just come into vogue only a couple weeks before, and now they've captured one. They didn't say weather balloon, they just said flying saucer straight up. And then this newspaper from the next day, before the cover-up showed up, actually says General Ramey empties the Roswell saucer. And here, I finally found a higher resolution version of this. That's a real headline. Do you really think that if somebody finds a weather balloon, that the leading, bleeding headline on top of the newspaper is going to say that he empties a flying saucer out? No, that's a guy who found a saucer, and he goes inside and he pulls out all the goodies. That's what this is. Well, this is one eyewitness description of what it looked like, and this one is another eyewitness description, including the little being that came out. And there have been many drawings and models made of this since then. This is another example right here. This is actually a model that you can buy and build yourself because there's been so many eyewitness testimonies of what this thing looked like. And here's another example where you actually get a little clear capsule that you can see the interior of the ship as well. So let's look inside the ship now. This is based on very good eyewitness testimony. You got these beings inside. Now, the eyes are wrong. Okay, they did not have black eyes. For some reason, this artist did that incorrectly. But notice the control panels that they got their hands on. That is totally accurate. The shape of the seat is accurate. The shape of the interior is accurate. And the little rod in the middle is accurate. All the rest of this is accurate. The only thing that's wrong is their eyes. I have another picture that is otherwise inaccurate, but does show you what their eyes actually looked like. And their eyes are very large with unusually large irises. The rest of it actually looks, as I said, like this. Now here's an interesting thing. If you're looking at those hands on the panels closely, you'll notice that there's too many fingers. These are panels made for 6-fingered hands, and many people have not seen this, but we actually have leaked photographs of the objects that General Ramey emptied out of the saucer. And here he is, or somebody, pointing at the panels. And then this one, you really can see the panels in good clarity. Notice that there are 6 fingers there. Also notice that there's lots of little dots along the panels. Those are fiber optics. Before we had fiber optic cables, folks. That's where we got it from, is from this. And they shoot light through them and they transmit data. Well, for some reason, this thing seems to be using your acupuncture points. And you can actually see pretty clearly that if he raises up his hand off of the control panel, he or she then has this slider. And the slider would probably determine things like the speed that the object is going. You slide your finger through that little half or quarter circle groove that you see up there. So this is a very interesting system, and we've also heard that there's a gravitational pull inside the ship, so your hands go and they pull into the handprints. So you don't, it's like you can go totally upside down, and your hands won't come out. So you can fly any type of crazy aerodynamics that you want to. So on July 8th, 1947, this is when the news goes crazy. You've probably seen some of these before, but they leave nothing to the imagination. RAAF captures a flying saucer. Army reveals it has a flying disc found on a ranch in New Mexico. Possession of a flying disc was disclosed today by the intelligence office of the 509th Bomb Group of Roswell Army Air Base. Disc lands on a ranch in New Mexico and is held by the Army. U.S. Army to examine a flying disc. And notice these are all over the country and the world. You got Roswell, Sacramento, San Francisco, Seattle, and the UK. So there was no doubt what was going on. But then by July 9th, the fix was in, and they come out with this ridiculous disinformation saying that it's a weather balloon. And after all the buzz and all the interest, this is what they tried to sell you on what was the thing that crashed. And ever since then, the government's been doing this apologetic, well, it was actually this. No, it was actually Project Mogul. No, the bodies were actually little crash dummies that we were using to give me a frickin' break. I mean, let's just get clear. This is what they tried to tell you it was. Notice he's got a piece of paper in his hand, and he's got the classic liar's gesture of having his hand over his mouth. Well, I want you to look at this and notice something interesting, and that is that the general has a piece of paper, General Ramey has a piece of paper in his hand. So let's ask another question. If we got the original negative, is it possible to read his orders and actually see what the heck was going on? Believe it or not, somebody did this. This is the close-up of the picture that he's holding in his hand. And thanks to the original negative, you can blow it up super, super, super big. David Rudiak in 2001 used photo enhancement tools and was able to see this up close. Fascinating. If you haven't seen this before, it's fascinating. Now, using a good eye and photo enhancement, and you got to kind of defocus your eyes a little bit, we've been able to read what's on that thing. It clearly says the disk. And it also says, and the victims of the wreck, and in the disk they will ship. And then it also says here, and the viewing of the decoy you connected to thee. That one's very clear. So they obviously set out a decoy. You can even see this is the total reconstruction of enough of it that's visible. It's not the whole piece of paper. But you can see it's got top secret on it at the bottom there. So this was a cover-up, and this is actually a military gesture that guys in the military are taught to use when they get captured, because it's the gesture of squatting to go to the bathroom in the jungle without going into any graphic details. So he's basically saying, look, this is bullshit. And somehow they got away with putting that out there because nobody really wanted this cover-up to be happening. And here's another guy posing with this ridiculous debris that we're supposed to think was a flying saucer. Thankfully, with the benefit of time and space, we've had insiders come forward with remarkable information, giving us a highly classified look at what all of the different things that have crashed on Earth really are. And this is straight out of the U.S. Air Force, very highly classified. So everything you need to know is right here. Of course, the weather balloon is actually swamp gas, as you can see there. It's fun. It's fun. So not everyone bought the cover-up. Not everyone bought it. 3 different newspapers connected the dots. They published the photos of William Rhodes. They knew that the original eyewitness reports was of a horseshoe-shaped craft crashing, and they connected the dots that Kenneth Arnold saw a horseshoe-shaped craft. So these newspapers publish the photos. Well, guess what happens next? Oh, hello there. Agents show up at the newspaper. They didn't like this at all. They raided the offices of the newspaper when nobody was around, and they took all the prints. So the only record of this that we have is actually from the newspaper transparencies that were taken and put on microfiche. So also, Rhodes himself was paid a visit by FBI and Army counterintelligence, and they confiscated the negatives. So we don't even have the negatives of this. Now let's bear in mind that no one ever bothered to debunk William Rhodes or try to say that his photos were fake. They just made them disappear. Now, I have a little cool disappearance thing it's going to do in a second, but before I give you the bells and whistles, take a look at the craft on the bottom right. Do you see that there's like a black mist around it there? Okay, you know what that is? That's coronal discharge of electromagnetic energy. That's caused by the anti-gravity field that the ship is giving off. It actually made a visible spray type of pattern around the craft. So this is not something that the government even tried to say was fake, or that they tried to explain, oh, well, you know, he threw this thing up in the air. You can't mess with that coronal discharge. That's the smoking gun right there. So right at the beginning of Roswell, it all comes out. And now we've got the NASA astronaut, Edgar Mitchell, who has come forward and said that he's personally spoken to some 90 different people who were involved with Roswell, because it was a huge situation. None of them want to speak out. They've all been threatened. Those who are still alive are in serious fear for their lives. And Mac Brazel, the infamous rancher, said he was sorry that he ever said anything about it because he's been harassed by the government. This is the result of people not wanting you to know that this thing was real. So just in case there's somebody in the audience who is still skeptical and you still don't believe it, I actually thought about making a T-shirt that says, if you still don't think UFOs are real, you are mentally ill. And try rocking that shirt, walk down the street, see what happens, right? You're going to get a beat down. But think about this now. If even one UFO sighting or crash report is real, then that automatically means that we are being visited by someone else who is intelligent and can build really cool stuff. We also find out, of course, that the Roswell crash gave us a whole bunch of technology. It gave us computer chips. They reverse engineered those from the ship. I had heard this independently back in 1993, and then 2 years later I go to a UFO conference, and it was confirmed to me by an insider that actually, yes, this is what happened. And there was the book by Colonel Philip Corso that came out in 1997 that also confirmed that it was true and said, yes, we got computer chips, we got fiber optics, we got LED lights. LEDs just work forever, don't they? That's strange. Why do they work? Well, it's an alien technology. And we also got infrared night vision. We got all kinds of good stuff. The first transistor came out, the solid-state transistor. Up until then, you had vacuum tubes that were really hot, and electromagnets either open or close the circuit, and that was it. It wasn't until later on that we start to get solid-state transistors just a few months after Roswell. Why? Because they finally figured out how to build a solid-state transistor, and then that made little radios you could hold in your hand. That was a big, big deal back then. So if these beings are visiting us, and in this case they had 6 fingers on each hand, then what the heck are they doing here? What is going on? Well, there is a big picture that ties it all together, and I believe the answer is found in Tibet. And the answer is ultimately that these beings are helping what you could call God. And that's an aggressive term to use, but I'll use it a few times here and there. They're helping the universe with our soul evolution. That's my conjecture. That's my hypothesis. And most importantly, they are trying to assist our planet to get to the next level of our own human evolution. Everything changed for me in, I guess, 1995 when I found this book at the bookstore, because any new books that came out on this stuff, I was right there grabbing them, because it was before the internet had anything to read on it about this stuff. There was very, very little. This is called Dream Yoga and the Practice of Natural Light. And he's describing in here a meditative practice used by Tibetans where they go into some sort of exalted state of consciousness called the mother light. They say the key is you got to get into the slipstream between being awake and being asleep. And that in that slipstream, it's also the slipstream between living and dying. And when you die, normally you go into the bardo in Tibetan Buddhism, which is the same as like a big bad repeating dream, sort of like Groundhog Day, where you got to go through your karma over and over again and see all the ways that you hurt people and experience their pain as if you had experienced it yourself. Well, there's a place you get to right before you go to the bardo and right before you go to a dream state, and that's called the mother light. And so this whole book was devoted to how do you get there. And the name of their Buddhism is called Dzogchen, which is another name for the mother light. Well, the trick is that if you can start to access this mother light reliably through meditation, getting that slipstream between waking and dreaming, living and dying, then lo and behold, eventually you get to a point where every thought that you have is a thought of love, not anger. And at that point, you have officially graduated from the need to be human. The whole reason why these extraterrestrial beings apparently are here, at least all the good ones, which is the majority, is that we are one of millions of inhabited planets in our galaxy inhabited with human or hominid life. Now, I've had insiders come forward and tell me about the different life forms they've met. There's a lot of them out there. I know one guy who's met over 40. I know another guy who's met 17. I know another guy who's met over 200 or even maybe over 400. There's another guy who's met over 100. Now, these people, you sit down with them and you talk to them, and there is no doubt in your mind that you're talking to somebody who really knows what they're talking about. Why? Because I remember what everybody tells me. I don't disclose a lot of it publicly. That's so that I can weigh out what people are saying. And what you find out is that the people who really know this stuff, they always start saying the same kind of things over and over again. There's no lack of complementarity in their reports. It's very, very similar. So I don't think that you have to get to this Olympic athlete point of meditation where you can get there just to this 100% loving level. That's very, very difficult. When you get put under pressure and stress and difficult things happen, good luck trying to not get angry. I mean, there's things that can happen to you, and so it's a very, very profound discipline to try to get to the point that you never get mad. I certainly am not there yet. I get pissed, and it's not good when I do. But I try not to inflict it on other people. I don't always succeed. Today being one example, but that's a whole other story. Not here. Not here. So Father Francis Tissot in the mid-1990s actually came to Tibet, financed by the Institute of Noetic Sciences, to study this crazy phenomenon that's the after effect of practicing this Tibetan Buddhist teaching. Because what happens is you achieve something called rainbow body, and that's the main subject of what we're here to talk about, and how this all relates to UFOs and synchronicity. He actually personally witnessed the ascension of this man, Khenpo Achos. This man actually dialed back the clock. He told people when it was going to happen. He knew when it was going to occur. They wrapped him up in burial cloth. His body slumps over. He appears dead. They wrap him up in burial cloth. And then, during the course of 7 days, his body started to shrink in size. Now, bones don't shrink in size. Skeleton isn't going to shrink. Even if you burn a human body, you still find the skeleton in many cases, unless it's really high heat like cremation. Well, his skeleton, his bones were shrinking, as was the whole body. And as they looked at his face, it got younger and younger looking inside. There were rainbows coming out of the hut where this was happening. There was angelic voices singing. There was wonderful odors coming out like perfume. All this stuff is taking place because he had achieved what their teaching was there to do, which is to get you to the next level of human evolution. And I ultimately believe this is everybody's destiny. Tibet just got a nice inheritance from the universe that made it a lot easier for them, and we'll talk about how that happened. These are their stupas. This is a symbol of the human energy field, actually. That circle up on top is the crown chakra, and that little room is where the heart is. And then the column, that like cone that's red, it represents the spine and the energy field that goes up the spine as you activate your light body. So they have these all over the place in Tibet. And they have a lot of really beautiful architecture. And so part of what you're going to see is like a really fun slideshow of some of the Tibetan architecture and the places where these really neat things happen. So a common and widely reported rainbow body event, a guy that sort of restarted this because it had fallen out of favor. It had kind of like lost, like people weren't making it anymore. Until the 1800s, this guy was a major figure in Tibet who kind of jump-started the whole thing and figured it out and got it to work and then taught other people what he did. This is actually what he looked like. This is an illustration that he posed for. The ears are probably exaggerated, but otherwise, you know, there he is. So Nyala Pema Dundul sort of took the old teachings and put them all together and created something he called the Union of Primordial Essences. And in 1872, he actually achieved rainbow body in front of 500 witnesses, and they all were going in and out of the hut where this was happening. And after 7 days, he left behind a small body made of nothing but burnt ash. That's all that was left of his human body. They then hid away the little ashy figurine to keep it secure because they didn't want people to see what had happened, which is understandable. They were afraid it would be stolen because it was such a big deal. And then many of his own students also attained rainbow body. So as a result of this, the rainbow body practice was rejuvenated in Tibet. This is more recent now. And before he left, he already had the ability to control matter with his mind, and so he adhered to the ancient tradition of leaving a footprint behind. So what happened here was that they had a flagstone patio, and this is the underneath side of the flagstone. He was walking along, this was just a typical patio, and he mushed his foot into the stone. And what you're seeing here is the bottom, not the part where the footprint is, but the underneath of the stone. Now notice how smooth it is. This suggests that with his mind, he was somehow able to transform the stone into something almost like a liquid or taffy type of consistency. There's no irregularities left in the rock. It's stretched like a balloon. It's very, very interesting. And you're going to see many, many more of these footprints as we go throughout the talk. So another key figure that we need to talk about is a major leader in Tibetan Buddhism who actually did pull it off, Achuk Lama Rinpoche. Here he is. Now this is a lot more recent now. I'm just giving you some examples that are recent. He was the head of the Nyingma sect, which is the sect that has the rainbow body teaching in it. And he meditated for 43 years. That's all he was doing, with Master Tulku Arik Rinpoche. And in 1983, while he was in the midst of doing all this meditation, he established the largest monastery in Tibet called Yarchen Gar. It's a holy city where most of the Rinpoches and Lamas now live in Tibet. This is, in fact, the largest collection of Rinpoches and Lamas in the entire world. And here's an aerial photograph of it today. So it's really big and surrounded by water, which interestingly, I believe that acts as sort of like a conduit to help their meditation go along. But it's a major, major city, and he was the head of it, and he earned the right to be there because he was such an adept meditator. So here he is, late in life, and of course I wore my orange shirt tonight to kind of like commemorate the Tibetan Buddhist robe. It's the closest I can come to right now. I didn't want to come out here wearing a robe. That would be way too new age, right? But I want to point out something. This guy ascended, and look at his teeth. Okay, you don't have to be perfect. He's missing some teeth. He hasn't brushed in a while. It's okay. He still made it. You don't have to be a glamour queen. You're going to be fine. So this is actually the room that he was living in when he ascended. We actually have all this stuff that we can still look at. And it's, you know, a combination of ancient architecture and modern amenities like glass windows. So he actually, because he had meditated so long, the reports are many people saw him do miracles. And these miracles included that he was able to put handprints and footprints in rock wherever he wanted. He could manifest little statues out of thin air. And he also could download new spiritual teachings. This is called termas. And termas also are something where you pull in information from an existing scroll that's hidden away in some faraway location. And then you're graded on how closely you transcribed the original without ever seeing it. And you don't pass unless you get every single word correct. Yeah, it's like Tibetan remote viewing, but on an extreme level. So they definitely believed in channeling, and they believed also that the teachings were evolving, that there's new information that comes out as time goes on that helps you further on your rainbow body quest that they have. So he could stay underwater for days without any harm to himself. He didn't need to breathe. And he could see into the future without any impediment. He had prophecy ability, and he could make visual manifestations. So what you're now going to see is a photograph in which he wanted to show people his rainbow body before he actually ascended. Now, what you're about to see, bear in mind there is no lotus flower in the image, and there is nothing in the image that the original photo was nothing but him sitting there with his legs crossed. Hold on a second. Him sitting there with his legs crossed, and this is what we actually saw on the film. He projected that lotus from somewhere, and he projected an image of his energy body, and you can kind of see his crossed leg above the lotus, but that's it. The rest is all stuff that he manifested in the image. Question in the back.
Yeah, was there any documentation trying
Well, that's the problem. There is a community out there, but they don't want the West involved. That's why Francis Tissot was so important, because he was a Westerner who came and witnessed the rainbow body, and actually the Chinese military witnessed the rainbow body. So they don't really like to brag about this stuff. But after he died, his body shrank down to a little figurine of ash, and then what they did is they dressed it up and they made it wear clothes. So, and this is to commemorate his ascension. Now, all these people that saw this, obviously this is real. This is not some fake thing. And they got fans on it because they're worried about it. Again, we'll see the fans in the previous thing. They don't want it to spoil. I guess they might have been worried about it rotting. But anyway, this is on display. You can actually go see it. Another Tibetan Buddhist monk who recently attained rainbow body is Turtan Chakyur Lingpa. And this is his rainbow body. Again, it's a little figurine. They wrap it up in cloth. You're not actually seeing the ash. It's all been wrapped in fabric. But this is another shrine to him. And he leaves this behind for them. We're also going to see now the rainbow body of Chagye Trichen. And here he is. And so when he died, he also left behind a rainbow body, and they locked it up. Notice there's a lock on this case because they're worried about people stealing these. But they dress it up. And so this has happened. There's 160,000 cases of rainbow body occurring, and oftentimes they leave this little body behind. So this is Jirao Kenpo. And he's kind of slouching in his seat. You see, he ought to stand up straight a little more. And here's another illustration of the stupa. And what they do is they put the rainbow body a lot of times inside that little room in the middle that represents the heart, to show how they opened their heart, and that's how they got rainbow body to occur. Now we're also going to talk a little bit more about another guy who achieved rainbow body. This is Karma Rinpoche, and this just happened last November. So it's a very new, exciting story. He passed away on November the 11th, 2013. He was 5'9". 14 days it took. His body shrank down to 8 inches tall. And everything in his entire body, including the skeleton, shrank 80%. And that's what they call small rainbow body. And this is a picture of him. And here's another picture of him. And then last but not least, this is the wrapped up version of what's left of his body. And supposedly he also left these 2 footprints behind, which they then painted. So he was able to mush his foot into stone. We're going to see a lot more of these as time goes on. So when Lama Achuk, that guy who was the leader of the whole Yarchangar monastery, when he created the rainbow body effect for himself and ascended, essentially, over 100,000 visitors came to pay tribute. This is a real photograph of what happened. So you can see the massive amount of respect that he had, and all these guys are in monk robes. They're all wearing red. You see that? So this was a huge event. Well, here's an example of what you don't want to do. This is a guy, Rongjung Rigpe Dorje, who died in the 1970s. And he did not achieve rainbow body, so not everybody does. And the problem is, this is why Tibetan Buddhists are kind of finicky. You don't want to show off that you have magic powers. But he did. He sat for a photograph and said that he would make himself transparent for the photograph, and a Westerner took this photo of him actually doing that. There is no retouching. There is no airbrushing. This was witnessed by people. He was sitting there. His body actually looked like this in person, and then they took the photograph. And you can actually see through his head. Notice there's that bar behind his head where the head is. You can actually see the design of the bar. But that is showing off, and he blew it. So you gotta. So it's important that like these people don't go too far with it. So I want to take us into before we go back into more of the Tibetan Buddhist stuff. I want to get into another discussion here about the greater essence of why this is happening and what's the cosmic plan for us. Because I believe this is what we're all going to have to do. We're all going to go into rainbow body at some point. You may not do it the way they do. It may happen in grades, because if you read the Law of One material, which is, again, my source teaching for everything, the Law of One clearly states that there are densities of evolution. There's 7 dimensions or densities that we go through. We're in 3rd density now. You go from 3rd to 4th, usually, 4th to 5th, 5th to 6th, 6th to 7th. Well, to go into rainbow body, that's actually the 7th density leap. So you finish the whole class of what you're supposed to do in the universe. But 3rd to 4th density is what most of us are going to be doing. And in order to make that, you only need to be slightly more than 50% focused on love and peace. And you can be 49% evil. And you still get to go to the next dimension. Most of the ETs that are visiting us are 4th density. Some of them are 5th density, and those also help us, but they sort of manage and oversee the 4th density ones who do a lot of the work, the boots on the ground work. And then according to Law of One stuff, 6th density beings usually do not appear before us. They only may do it rarely. But because in this case they really screwed things up for the Earth, they actually have dropped down to 5D and are appearing in craft. So some of the people that channeled the Law of One that calls itself Ra, apparently this was not originally a bad thing. There's a lot of negative publicity right now about Ra. Everybody thinks, oh, that's Illuminati. Well, actually in the Law of One they explain what happened. They started out positive, and then the negative beings came in and actually corrupted their message, and that's what started to happen about 10 or 11,000 years ago that led to the creation of the Illuminati. So the stuff, the symbols that the Illuminati are using, like the all-seeing eye and the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Masonic square and compass that indicates geometry, the focus on sacred geometry, building buildings with sacred geometry, this is all the offshoot of what started as a positive teaching and was corrupted by these people. So that's an important point to remember. And by these people, I mean the negative beings that came in and wreaked havoc on it. So the greatest message in the Law of One is this concept that the universe itself is alive. The universe is actually a life form. It's organic, and organic life is everywhere. And if you've seen my other talks, or if you watch my show on Gaiam TV, I've given, or if you read my books, either one of them, Synchronicity Key or Source Field Investigations, I have an extensive amount of scientific data to show that this is actually what's going on. Biological life is everywhere. Just for today, I'm going to give you something a little bit different that you haven't seen on Gaiam TV and you haven't seen in my other talks. You may have read it in the book, but there's only so much data out there. We actually have poked a hole in the theory about DNA. And this is important because, remember, the rainbow body shows that there is something more than the physical that we can transition into. The rainbow body is just a very dramatic, gee whiz kind of way of showing that we have a soul, that we have an invisible essence that is not tethered to the body. You can also see that with near-death experiences. People's body is clinically brain dead. They have brain death. They have no respiration. They have no pulse. There's no electrical activity in the brain, but they record seeing things out there in the waiting room or whatever, and it turns out that it's accurate. So that's fascinating. And there's lots of reports of that going back to the 1970s with Dr. Kenneth Ring and Dr. Raymond Moody. So how important is that soul that's floating out of your body to your actual physical existence and your biological life? As it turns out, it's very important. Very, very important. Your DNA is only actually an antenna that conducts the energy of the soul into your body. That's all it's doing. The soul is actually what makes your facial features. That's why people reincarnate and they look like the person they did before. That's the whole work that you've heard me talk about before with Dr. Ian Stevenson. He researched over 3,000 cases of reincarnation in the Middle East of children that remembered their past lives, and he found out that they could remember accurate details of places they'd never been, people they'd never met, and whenever it was a real case, they looked just like the person they recommended that they had been before, which strongly suggests that reincarnation is real. And of course, as probably most of you know, I have this uncanny facial resemblance to Edgar Cayce, and it's sort of like a blessing and a curse, because how many Elvis impersonators can you name? That's not my gig. I'm not trying to look like somebody else. I'm not out there saying, oh, I'm Edgar Casey. You know, people come up to me and they say, oh, Edgar. It's like, no, that's another lifetime, you know. Some people have called me Dave Ed. I've gotten that one a few times. So there's something about who you are that's information. It's pure information. And the DNA is not the key. Scientists up until recently were addicted. Oh, I got to fix that. That's crazy. Hang on a second. Now you're getting the backstage pass here. All right. Let's try this again. Okay. So the human body has 70 to 90,000 proteins. What does that mean? That means that, like, the surface of a hair on your body has a specific protein that makes that type of coating on your hair. The surface of your eye has a certain coating. All of the organs, all the different tissues in the body, there's 70 to 90,000 different proteins that they can go in and measure and actually analyze them and figure out, okay, this is a specific biological thing made out of amino acids that makes the body. Well, there's 70 to 90,000 of those. And up until the year 2000, scientists believed that there must be at least one gene for each protein. Now, what's a gene? A gene is a specific little segment of DNA that's separate from other specific little segments. And this is what they've been studying. So you know that the traditional model has been, oh, well, genes, the DNA molecule has everything, right? Because you can clone a cell, and the DNA appears to have all the information that's needed to clone a fully living organism. But there's something missing, because scientists believed there had to be at least 70 to 90,000 genes, one for each protein, and they also conservatively estimated they had to have another 30,000 genes that would do all sorts of things like regulating the growth of these different proteins and all of the mysterious stuff involved in creating our awareness, our emotions, and our actual intelligence and our memories. So they wanted to think, well, there's a gene for the memories that you have, and there's a gene for anger, and there's a gene for sadness, and all this stuff. So up until 2000, this was a very commonly held view in science, and you'd hear it in college class, and you'd hear it in high school. Oh, the memory is genetic. Everything is in the genes. Well, everybody got a big slap in the face, and then it all went quiet, because when they mapped out the human genome in 2000, they only found that we had 34,000 genes. That's way, way too little. So something crazy is going on here that they can't explain, because 34,000 doesn't account for anywhere near the number of proteins that we have. And then it gets even worse, because this little roundworm called Caenorhabditis elegans is commonly studied, and I practiced that, thank you. Ah, I did it again. Hang on a second. It's too good to not animate this properly, so here we go. So Caenorhabditis elegans is this little roundworm that is studied like crazy in laboratories because it's so primitive. It only has a very small number of cells. In fact, its body has exactly 969 cells and not a penny more. Now, this primitive little roundworm has a very, very primitive brain that is of about 302 ordered cells. So this is a very tiny little thing. It's microscopic. It's considered a microorganism. It's one of the most primitive microorganisms out there. And that's part of why it's studied in the laboratory. It's resilient. They can chop it up. They can dice it up and throw it in a blender and do whatever they want to do with it. This poor little thing has been abused like you can't imagine. But also the human body has 50 plus trillion cells. That's a heck of a lot more than 969. So in the traditional view, right, the number of genes in the human body should be a lot more than this silly little roundworm with 969 cells. How many genes do you think they found in Caenorhabditis elegans? They found 24,000 genes. only 10,000 less than the human body. And then what was even more bizarre was that when they studied the fruit fly only had 15,000 genes and yet is a far more complex organism with a lot more cells than Caenorhabditis elegans. So the human body only has 10,000 more genes than the simplest, humblest life form that science ever studies as an organism. So you see right here, it's like the emperor has no clothes. We've poked a hole in the mainstream model that is so large that there is nothing you can do about it. It's simply not what we thought. Something has to completely be altered. Now, we're going to stick with our Caenorhabditis worm for a minute, and we're going to talk about a very important point that's mirrored in Tibetan Buddhism. Now, most people think that if you meditate in a cave for 40 years, that you're basically happy all the time, that you're blissed out. Oh, yeah, isn't this great? No, the Tibetan teachings actually say that stress, if you don't have enough stress in your life, you can't achieve rainbow body. The whole point is to see everything as a loving experience, and that means that you actually are stressed out, but then you transfigure your stress into a loving response. And if you don't have enough stress, then you don't get to practice because you're always happy. So you see, actually what's happening right now is we're going through a collective planetary initiation that is deliberately making us really stressed out so that we have a greater opportunity to interpret each experience that we have as a loving experience and try to see the love in it, because that's the core of the Ascension teaching. Every thought is a loving thought. You can't really get there without having really horrible stuff happen to you frequently. And that's what's happening to us now. It's the global initiation. So let's go back to Caenorhabditis for a minute. Oh, Jesus, I did it again. Sorry about that. I actually put these slides in just this morning, so it was all kind of like I got this inspiration, a new way of doing this talk. So there you have it. Let's make sure that I save this so that we don't lose that. All right. Okay. Now we can go. So Caenorhabditis is normally a lactose-intolerant microorganism, and that means it cannot digest milk sugar, and if it tries to, it will die. If it tries to eat the milk sugar, it will actually die. So this scientist named Dr. John Cairns did an experiment where he takes these little roundworms and he places them in an environment where the only food they have is lactose. And normally that would kill all of them, or that's what we were led to believe. And in fact, it's true that most of them die. But a small percentage, somewhere between 2 to 5%, actually live through it. Now, how's that even possible? They got nothing to eat. Think about this for a minute. Think about what I'm saying. How did they stay alive if they have no food? They actually created their own evolutionary leap on a rapid, almost instantaneous scale. It only took a few days. They somehow rewrote their own genetic code and mutated the shape of their mouth so that they actually could eat and digest lactose. Only a couple days. Only a couple days. So if you're squeamish, get ready for the gross out pictures by closing your eyes. I'm going to show you the worm, and then I'm going to show you what its mouth usually looks like. I was not able on such a short timeline to find the new mouth. But here's Caenorhabditis, just a typical microscopic organism, 939 cells. And this is its mouth. And it's been extensively studied. And here's the mouth from the side, which looks disturbingly similar to peyote cactus. But none of you guys know what that is, right? So look at how complex the cellular structure here is. This little guy actually rewrote his own DNA. How does he do that? Well, stress. Stress that he went through. He's dying. He's got to eat. He's got to find a way to eat. Nature found a way. Nature altered his genetic structure somehow. And I believe that's ultimately the key of what's happening to us on a planetary level, is we're all going through stress right now, and we're all experiencing this transformative consciousness. So here's another example. This is Drosophila, the common laboratory fruit fly. This poor little guy has also been very heavily abused in laboratories. They've chopped him up, diced him up, sliced him up, boiled him, burned him, baked him, you name it. He's had everything done. Well, the research on the Drosophila fly, oh, it did it again. Sorry. This is just getting to be like bad joke. All right, let's go to the animation. Let's see, that's what happens when you squeeze in a bunch of new material at the last minute. I got an inspiration this morning. I woke up, I said, I know what I'm going to do. So Drosophila is the most frequently studied insect in all of science, and here's what they would do in this particular case. You take the single fertilized cell, so it's one cell with one batch of DNA. The mother and the father DNA have come together. It's the single cell, that's like the stem cell. And if you clone that one cell, you'll get two organisms, right? That's what the embryo grows out of. That means that all the DNA is in this one cell. Then they take out all of the DNA code that they've identified through painstaking research is responsible for making the eyes. And it's pretty obvious because once the eyes are gone and the creature grows up, it doesn't have eyes. So sure enough, the fruit fly is then born. It doesn't have any eyes. And then what they do is they do this to other fruit flies as well, and those other fruit flies also are born without eyes, and then they breed them. So they have nobody else to mate with. They can only mate with the flies with no eyes. No matter how this has ever been done in the lab, automatically the eyes are replaced, and it never takes more than 5 generations for this to happen, and that's the most. That's like the longest that it takes. That's if nature isn't really doing a very good job. So this is great because this whole idea that they're trying to make Terminator seeds and genetically modify seeds so that they're never going to be able to reproduce, that's not actually how it works. So this is, it's not actually from the same study, but on the left you have a mutation of the fly where it doesn't have eyes, and then after a very short time, it puts the eyes back in. Well, the problem is that can't come from DNA. The DNA doesn't have the code anymore. So you have to totally redo science, and this is where we get back to the idea that that little fruit fly has a soul. It has an energetic pattern that makes it into the normal fruit fly that we now see. Another really cool example that I want to give you comes in a very strange way from the Italian wall lizard. And this lizard actually went through a spontaneous evolution over a 36-year period. This is another very rarely reported scientific fact that happened. So what's going on here? In 1971, 5 adult pairs of Podarcus sicula, which is one of the types, that's the basic name for this wall lizard, 5 adults, so male and female, so 10 altogether, were moved from their home island in the South Adriatic Sea. Their home island was a desert called Pod Capisti. And on that desert, it was very dry. They didn't have plants. And their only diet was small insects, which are very easy to chew, so it doesn't require a lot of biting power. Then they were moved by these scientists to a new island called Pod Mercaru, and this new island was all vegetation. It only had vegetation. It didn't have, well, it still had insects, but now these little lizards became vegetarian. They ate plants because now they had a whole different diet. So this was done in 1971, and up until this time, that wall lizard never existed on Pod Mercaru. That island with all the vegetation did not have these lizards. So the scientists returned in the summer of 2004, 2005, and 2006. And what they found was totally amazing. They captured the lizards, they measured them for the length of their snout vent, the size of their head, and their actual body mass, and they also took clips of DNA off of the tails and confirmed that they were genetically identical to their original source population. But here's the crazy part. There were striking differences in the size and the shape of their heads. Their bite pressure had become much stronger, and in the really most baffling thing of all, they developed completely new structures in their digestive system after only 36 years. So this is actually the cecal valve that was grown in, and what this is a little pocket in the stomach that holds fermentation, because you need to ferment vegetables in order to digest them, which you don't have to do with insects. So they literally grew a fermentation factory in their body that their bodies never had before. And their jaws became a lot thicker so that they could, the muscles of the jaw and the size of the mouth became a lot thicker because they had to bite harder to get through these plants. So here you have different types of this lizard, and we're literally seeing the whole body got larger. So it went from something more like A down to something more like C. The head gets larger, the bite pressure gets higher, and it grows a completely new digestive system. So these are adaptive changes that allowed them to be able to eat plants, and interestingly enough, they also stopped the instinctive behavior of defending their territory. So this is a fascinating new study. And it only came out recently, but what is it ultimately telling us? It's telling us that there is a whole new science to look at here, and it's a science in which evolution is not random. Evolution is not caused by mutation. Evolution is intelligently guided, and when those little lizards were stressed by being put on this island that they didn't normally belong on, their genetics adapted. When that little roundworm was stressed by being put in an environment of only lactose, it adapted. When the fruit flies were stressed by losing their eyes, they adapted. There's another story that I didn't have time to put in here, which is Darwin's finches. These birds in the Galapagos Islands that had beaks that were only a certain shape. And then as the climate would change, sometimes they'd have to peck for these little tiny seeds, and their beak would actually elongate so they could get the seeds, and it happened over a very short period of time. So this totally changes the game. Now, with that being said, we have a nice little break point where we're going to go back into the Tibetan side of things, but I have to piss so bad. So I'm going to go behind the building here. Please don't walk around. But everybody, if you need a break, we'll do a little 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. Thank you. All right, let's everybody get back to your seats because it's about to get a whole lot more crazy now. This is a very interesting section we're going into here. It's going to finish up what I started talking about yesterday and never really got all the way through it. So the cosmos is a pretty mysterious place. And, you know, science has gone through all these stages where we think we know everything, only to find out, no, we're actually nowhere near ready to know the truth. We don't know the truth. And so this is another great example in which I've now showed you the DNA being rewritten while the organism is put under stress. So part of what I keep talking about is that we're going through a global initiation. Well, initiation, by definition, is a stressful event that happens to all of us on a collective level. And that is definitely happening. I mean, I have had death threats like you can't imagine for doing what I do. So I've certainly had to deal with stress in my own life. I've taken on the darkest, craziest villain on earth and exposed some things about them that I was told if I even did a Google search on it that they would be knocking on my door the next day, and that if I was lucky I could spend the rest of my life living in an underground facility. If I was lucky. And that more likely I would be tortured and then killed. So I went ahead and did it anyway because I've had this relationship with my higher guidance that's gone on now for quite some time, and the guidance said, you'll be okay. So I've had to take these leaps of faith and just trust that things are going to work out and that I'm going to be protected and everything's going to be okay. But it's not easy. So we've been talking about, just to summarize what we started with, we had the Tibetan Buddhist teachings of rainbow body. And if some people can do that, then why couldn't everybody do that? That's what I believe our destiny actually is. Our destiny is that we all achieve this higher level spiritual evolution. There is a class. And the only way that people are actually reaching this rainbow body is by trying to make it so that every thought they think is a loving thought. That's a very difficult discipline. But as I said, the law of one material explains that there are grades of evolution that we go through called densities, and that these density levels represent different benchmarks. And I also said that the extraterrestrials, like in the Roswell crash, that their responsibility, their main reason why they're here, is to help us usher through the next level of human evolution. Well, I made the mistake of thinking that it was all going to happen on December 21st, 2012, which was a nice fantasy. It was a beautiful theory. I mean, I loved the idea that it was true. But then I remember being more and more distressed as 2012 went on because it was like, people are not ready for this. If you got to be more than 50% loving, there's a lot of people who are not there. And I also had always seen in my dreams and visions about this that we were going to see the Illuminati exposed first, and we were going to get disclosure. That both of those things were necessary predecessors before any type of large-scale event took place. But just because a large-scale event did not take place in the year 2012 absolutely does not mean that it's been canceled, or that, oh, it's just going to be this long, slow, boring thing. Not at all. So in the 1950s, only 5 years after Roswell crash, and people started to find out the truth, and it wasn't so stigmatized as it is now, people were visited by extraterrestrials, and as I was saying, this started in 1952 by radio telegraph, which is Morse code over ham radio, done by Dr. Wilbert B. Smith. He was a Canadian radio engineer who also had a security clearance with the Canadian government and military. And in Grant Cameron's website, presidentialufo.com, you will see in there reports about how apparently Wilbert Smith was given pieces of the Roswell wreckage to analyze the metal. And the thing that was so crazy about it was very, very lightweight, but you could not do anything to damage the metal, not even a blowtorch. It just wouldn't bend or break at all, even though it was smashed. So he was trying to figure out more information about who are these people and what's going on, where did they come from. Well, the problem is the dead bodies don't talk. And the government's not about to let him interview E.B. So he had to go for other methods of communication. Well, this is what happened. He was contacted by the radio telegraph because he had basically prayed for contact. So he starts getting this message, and although it didn't happen to him, others who were contacted this way, the message literally says, "Go look in the backyard." And then there's a freaking saucer back there. Okay, so that was happening. And it ultimately led up to some people that got so well communicated with that they got tuned up by this radio telegraph contact, and it led to conscious telepathy with these beings, which made their messages come through a lot faster. And although a lot of channeling is very dubious in nature, and people always are telling me, oh, this channeler said this and this channeler said that, and it all contradicts most of the time. What Wilbert Smith did is he came out with a 100-part questionnaire, and he asked, oops, let's go back. Now that I got good batteries in here, it's like it actually works, so I got to be careful I don't click it too hard. Over 100 questions were asked, and the people who really had access to the ETs were all giving the exact same answers. And that's pretty incredible. That's replicability, and that's genuine science. So this is a copy of the actual documentation where he gave a speech in 1958 and talked about what he was doing. And I gave this in the previous talk, too. The procedure in checking contacts was to ask a number of innocuous but significant questions and compare the answers with answers to the same questions that other contacts had given. Questions were of the type, do people live on the planet Mars? If so, what is the general shape of their houses? Do people on Mars use coinage money? If so, what does it look like? And so he goes on from there, but the point is that these people that are living on these other planets are not in our density. They're not in our reality. So we don't actually see them. We don't see their buildings and their civilization with the naked eye, per se. But they are there. One of the most important things that was revealed in this old channeling from the 1950s is that the human form is universal. It's throughout the entire galaxy and much of the universe has human beings. This is one of the biggest disservices that we've been done by our government. We've been lied to. And we use words like creatures. The word creatures shows up all the time. Alien creatures. Well, they're not alien and they're not creatures. They're human beings. They're mothers and fathers with children that play, and, you know, it's families. We're not, and yet, why do you think they're so afraid of coming here right now? Think about it, right? What would happen? Would we treat them nicely? We can't even, I mean, I got next to some people on the plane from Nebraska. There it is right there. Do I even need to tell you the rest of the story, right? It's like, this guy actually said, where are you from? I said, upstate New York. He said, oh, there's like 7 people that live up there, right? He said, you know Noel Rosenblum or something like that? Well, yeah, there's like 7 people and 4 of them are Jews. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Well, you know that Obama, he wasn't born here. He just starts going through all this stuff. You know any welfare queens? Oh my God, dude. So, you know, Arabs being called towel heads. I mean, I heard all kinds of crazy stuff. It's like, really? So, no, this was Nebraska. This was definitely Nebraska. So, anyway, if we can't even get along with people from another culture with a different skin color, then what happens when we meet people that have had 10,000 years of documented history or 50,000 years of documented history, and they were born on a totally different planet? And our media has disinformed us and said, oh, well, you know, they're shapeshifters and they're reptilians hiding under human skin and they're going to rip their face off. The biology is consistent throughout the universe. Everybody's got DNA. Everybody has tissue. These people can be shot. They can be hurt. They can be killed just like the rest of us. So they're looking at the tribal state that we're in, and they're realizing it might not be a very good idea to show up right now. Let's just kind of let these people sort this out and figure out what's really going on and come into a greater understanding. So this is the part of the talk where he says that the human form extends throughout the universe and that the form of Let's see, did I go backwards? Oh, there we go. Okay. And he's using the typical gender-biased language of the 1950s. He says, the human race in the form of man extends throughout the universe and is incredibly ancient. Also, its appearance in physical form is only one of many manifestations that it makes along its line of progress. So that's very cool. That means that, look, what's happening here on Earth of people with flesh and blood bodies, that's happened over and over again. That's the cosmic plan. So as impossible as it may seem that we could go to some other level as a planet, it's going to happen because it always does. We go through a dimensional shift. I also, in the previous talk, gave this quote where he says, I am informed that science is really much simpler than we imagine and all the parts fit together with no corrections. And if we do this, we will be able to enjoy the technology and the way of life demonstrated to us by this presence of spacecraft and our brothers from elsewhere. That everything is part of a single jewel. That's another thing that he said. So I also described in my other talk the 1950s contacts. This is also, again, if you check out Gaiam TV, and please, if you sign up for my show, Wisdom Teachings, you got to do it through wisdomteachings.com. Not through GaiamTV.com, because it's only if you sign up through the link that says wisdomteachings.com that I actually get any financial credit for the fact that you signed up or that you stay subscribed. And there will be other ways to do it too. I'm going to have affiliate links, and when I work with those affiliates, they will have their own links so that they get some of the credit too. But right for now, that's the only way I actually get any credit for it myself. So in the talk, I summarized it by saying, this is a guy, Baird Wallace, who wrote a book called The Space Story in the Inner Light, a series of articles by Baird Wallace. Here is the publication date. It's 1972. And this is fascinating material because this is a summary of the information that came through from all of the contacts that Wilbert Smith vetted out as actually being authentic. All of this information in this book is a summary of the stuff that was 100-part questions, and everybody answered it the same way. And what it tells us is, get ready, buckle your seatbelt, and get ready for blast-off. Because something much bigger is going to happen on Earth than what we have seen happen up until now. There is apparently going to be an incredibly profound cosmic metamorphosis. And again, it's so ridiculous that a lot of people think that just because it didn't happen in 2012 that the whole thing's been canceled. It shows up in Islam. If you read the end of my book, Synchronicity Key, I have some amazing quotes from the Quran. It shows up, I just found it in the book of Enoch. I haven't had time to put that into the show either. Those quotes and many others are going to be in a similar talk I'm doing, but it's 7 hours, and it's in 2 weeks at LAX Hilton Hotel through Conscious Life Expo. So you can go to consciouslifeexpo.com and find that talk there. That's longer than what I have time to do today, so I'm going to go into more detail, including a lot of these other quotes that all say the same thing I'm going to give you here. The contact information states that our solar system is transitioning from third to fourth density, and it's going into a new area of space. This is what creates the so-called golden age. It's a total dimensional shift in the way that the world runs. Everything changes. This movement is changing the vibrational rate of the nucleus of the atom in our world. So the matter itself is transforming. This will have great impact on the form and expression of plant and animal life on our planet, and it will have great impact on the consciousness of human beings. This has already started and is now amplifying because we have fallen behind the grade of evolution that we're supposed to be at on this planet in our spiritual level, and we're not prepared for the change. Then it says the quality of life in fourth density is a quality of emergence, the recognition from childhood of the inner presence of the Creator. We all sort of wake up to that. In this cycle, we undergo many changes and refinements in our sensitivity of our physical body. There's a whole new vista and scope of the nature of life that opens up before us, and we live in the knowledge that we have a deep indwelling allegiance to the Spirit of the Creator. Summarizing various sources dealing with these events, there will be major rearrangements in the orientation of the planets and moons within our solar system. That's a big frickin' change. Because something is happening now that's keeping all the planets on a very mathematically precise orbit, right? down to the second. You can time it out year after year. It's 365.2422 days. What it says is that an invisible planet close to the sun called Vulcan will be absorbed into the sun. Pluto is going to get kicked out of the solar system like a billiard ball. The moon is going to actually peel away from the Earth's orbit completely and become its own planet. And the remaining planets will have major changes in their orbital paths. Something big happens to make that occur. And think about the fact that it would get kind of windy on Earth. If we go from 365 to 370 days, as he says elsewhere here, I believe this event is literally the cosmic manifestation of the fulfillment of the prophecies of Jesus regarding ascension, the coming of the bridegroom. The contact sources tell us that solar emanations from this newly transformed sun will have a direct impact in refining and spiritualizing our nervous system as we pass into this new condition of life that is being brought to this world. And again, over 30 ancient cultures have encoded in their mythology the basic mythological concept of the Golden Age. It is very, very consistent. It's always, hold on a minute, it's always tethered to a 26,000-year cycle, and the cycle ends as of 2012. We're now in the new cycle, but apparently this big change that they've been prophesizing hasn't happened yet. Question in the back.
When did this material originate that they came up with the name of the planet Vulcan?
Before Star Trek. This was in the 1950s. And in fact, Gene Roddenberry was involved in channeling, and so most of what happened in Star Trek was the result of him going into these channelings, and they were leaking real information through Star Trek, believe it or not. Yeah. Yeah, MJ-12 did also leak information into Star Trek. That's a very consistent thing. The military-industrial complex has been using fiction to tell us the truth for a long time. But we can't start going into questions or we're going to miss a lot of really amazing stuff, and I don't want you to miss it. So another contact that was vetted out by Wilbert Smith through the method of 100 questions that I showed you is called the Brown Notebook. That's what Carla called it. This was a book that was stashed away at L&L Research, and she'd kept it in this very nasty old brown manila folder. And it was a bunch of typewritten pages. Nobody's ever seen it. And I put them all together and scanned them when I found the stuff that got me the most excited. So you can see, again, this is another guy that was vetted out by Wilbert Smith. It was accurate channeling. Friday, September 19th, 1958. Hear my words, and I'll just go from men back to a gender-neutral term so that it doesn't get so sexist sounding. Hear my words that all people are created equal. The time will come when all your planet will know this. And then look at that. It says, O Dinah, my son, O Dinah. Now, is that some weird southern song that you sing on the prairie? Oh, Dinah! No. It's because it was saying Oddy, but they didn't know how to spell it. So they spelled it Oddy. Right? O-D, odd, in, and then the letter A. So that's the word that normally is spelled A-D-O-N-A-I, which is actually the Lord God in Hebrew. Isn't that interesting? September 20th, light and love are the basis of a true understanding of the Creator. This will only be found by sincere effort. We of the Confederation intend to help you. Seeking is a prime requisite for a beginning. Love and understanding will come later. So people that come to this conference are seekers. You want the truth. You're interested in the mystery of what the heck is the UFO phenomenon. And love and understanding come later as you put it together on a deeper level. And again, the transcript of the Brown Notebook is available on llresearch.org. They don't have the actual scans of the originals, but they do have the text. So all this stuff you can go back and read. And I actually did put this out a long time ago on my website in a book called 1950s ETs Reveal the Golden Age. If you go back to that, Google up 1950s ETs on my website, you can find these documents. So it says, your people love wealth and power. How much better it would be if they would love one another. Wealth and power keep you enslaved so you cannot realize your true being. Well, the slavery is breaking because none of us have any wealth or power anymore, right? It's shit. But we do have the power thanks to the internet, and we're coming together as a collective. The Creator is ever loving, ever guiding, ever protecting to those that accept it. This is also very simple, people of Earth. The man you call Jesus said it very simply. Love one another. It's that easy. Love your Creator. Love one another. Your masses should do this. Now, I love this next line. It would change the very foundation of their existence. Reality is a participatory process, and as we change, reality changes with us. So that's why I think we need disclosure to happen. We need the Illuminati, the whole media cartel to break down. We got to see what these people are doing. We got to see who they are. We got to learn some very ugly stuff. And then we need disclosure. We need to find out the truth. We need to get the information that's been hidden from us, because once our minds start opening on a collective level, it actually alters the laws of physics that apparently creates this dimensional shift. So it's not like a cosmic light switch that just bings off on 2012. 2012 is the beginning of when it's possible. But we don't know exactly when it's going to happen. It depends on factors that haven't all yet been decided. If your people are to survive this coming cataclysm, you must do this. The Creator is bringing your solar system back into balance, and we must do our part. Live, love, and learn the wishes of your Creator, and you cannot go wrong. So they're making it very clear that they're anticipating a cataclysmic change in the solar system. And this is different than the stuff that's in Baird Wallace's book, by the way. This is a totally other source that he wasn't quoting from. That stuff I told you before. They're all saying the same thing. October 6, 58. A new dawn of understanding is coming to your planet. You must be prepared for this, as it employs new concepts and ideas. Now that sentence to me probably is where the channel was a little bit waffling, like the sentence probably got interrupted by the conscious mind, because it's not a very good sentence. I've seen that happen to myself when I do channeling. You got to really not pay attention to what you're saying, or you start to interfere with it a little bit. And I've gotten pretty good at not doing that. The people of Earth have lingered long under false illusions. The time has come to step forth in new and greater glory. People of Earth, learn the wishes of your Creator. Live the way you were intended to live, in peace, harmony, and perfection. When you do this, the beauty of the whole creation will be revealed to you. Be patient and understand the things that are happening. And he's been talking about these planetary changes. So understand what's going on here. This is not just a bunch of bad things. The things we will talk about this morning are very serious. In your present state on this planet, you must change if you are going to survive. Many things will take place on this planet, and that's understatement of the century, right? It's a lot more than, oh, many things. What is he talking about? Oh, it's a lot more than you think. Many things will take place on the planet. Therefore, you have to change with the planet. Now check this next sentence out. I had chills all up and down my spine when I first read this. This solar system is moving into an area of space where the vibrations are much higher. This will cause changes in your planet's features. Oh, hello. That's a little bit big, isn't it? Changes in your planet's features. Yikes. We're talking about major changes here. We're talking about mountain ranges being formed and huge, huge stuff. It will also cause changes in your physical bodies. Your peoples will change, a human evolution. The vibrations on the planet will become higher. Therefore, you have to raise your vibrations in order to exist on the planet. Whoa! These vibrations can only be raised by your thinking. So this is where it gets really biblical. This is where what these beings are saying is what W.B. Smith called evangelical. They are saying that there is sort of a window of opportunity to make the grade, but that if you don't make the grade by a certain point, the Earth shifts in such a way that you are going to portal off to another planet if you're not ready to stay here. And it's not painful, it's not disastrous, but it is going to be a big deal. And so it appears that the Earth, that all of these bad guys are going to just not even be here anymore. They're going to be cleansed, and that's what in the book of Matthew is called the harvest. That the tares, or the wheat, the weeds rather, are plucked out one by one. So it is evangelical, but you know, if Jesus was real, let's deal with this ascension thing. Why did he transform into this light body? And what was he saying about stuff like the rapture? Well, this is a much more elaborate, scientific, technical view of rapture, because that's what these Tibetan guys are doing. They're rapturing themselves, right? That's what happens. Their body goes and turns into light. So there's something very interesting going on here, and I don't think you should be afraid of it because all you have to do is be nice. If you just be nice, if you can be 50% or more loving rather than evil, you're fine. And the earth is going to go into this new realm of existence that is so far beyond what we normally would think is possible that it's just completely outside most people's reality box. So now they give you a little more advice on how to do this. Thinking better thoughts of everything in the creation, more spiritual thoughts, thoughts that lift the people of earth out of darkness and the mud they've lived in for so long. The principle of free will is very important. You can change and live on this planet in a truly divine kingdom, or you can decide not to change, destroy yourself, and you will reincarnate back onto a third-density, materialistic world where you continue to try to learn these lessons. So, you might want to change so you can see the revealing of the kingdom, this divine kingdom. This has been a rather long message, so I will leave you now. So it's just sort of giving you a polite, friendly warning. Yeah, you might want to think about being nice. Because it's a good insurance policy. This one also blew me away. Look at this. This planet and solar system are moving into a new area of vibrations in which the conditions that exist on Earth now will not survive. There's no equivocation on that. In fact, it also says this in the Law of One. Once the shift into fourth density is complete, Earth becomes inviable for biological life. The human body cannot live on the Earth as it goes into fourth density because there's such a big climate change that it's not like you can make it. Except maybe in underground bases, and that gets into the whole story of the Greys. If you look at the work of Dr. Dan Burish, he claims that the Greys told our government that they were descendants of people who had lived underground on Earth and had to move away after 20,000 years because even that didn't work anymore. And that they came back here to sample our DNA to try to rejuvenate their supply because they say there was a catastrophe on Earth. It wiped out the surface. They were living underground, but they only had a small gene pool. And as a result, they're now having this disease called degenerative neuropathy, which makes them kind of have to walk like this. Their whole body starts to disintegrate. And so they're coming back, and the abduction thing is that they're trying to sample our DNA to build up their own stock, which is why they're having these hybrid children. The whole purpose of the hybrid children apparently is to try to rejuvenate their genetic supply. But they're us. They're us after we evolved into this other form because we're growing now fetuses in the test tube, and then they're floating in this fluid, and they retain the proportions of the fetus into adulthood, which is why they have the large head and the skinny little body. And they have little lenses that they put over their eyes to protect from the sun, which has now gotten a lot brighter. So that's the story of the Greys. The Greys are actually descendants of all the Illuminati families that hide out in underground bases. So we're told, and it's fascinating. I mean, it's a very strange story, but it makes sense. Yeah. Sounds like the Warlocks from H.G. Wells. There's several different stories that seem to correlate with this, and in fact, the movie The Last Mimsy totally tells the story. They either ripped off Dan Burish or it's actually a true thing that they're trying to disclose. Question over here. Uh-huh. Well, that's one view. For those who didn't hear that, because it's probably not audible for most of the audience or on the video, he was saying, what about this technology of the Archons to wipe out the soul from the body? What I go with for my own personal basis is something that I can prove. I can prove that the Law of One material is loaded with verifiable science. I've gotten over 200 data points out of the Law of One that I can prove are true before that data came out as scientific fact. Because of that, I put the Law of One in a different category than all other intuitive teachings, except for this stuff that I'm showing you now. And nowhere in the Law of One does it say that the soul can be wiped out of the body. In fact, they specifically say that a nuclear explosion is actually a multidimensional explosion that ruins the soul, and that therefore in Hiroshima and Nagasaki they actually had to go in a split second before the bomb went off and pull people's souls out of their bodies first so that the soul itself wouldn't be destroyed. So there's no evidence that that's going on in the law of one. That's what I'm going to go with. So they're basically saying here the conditions on Earth right now will not survive. And again, this is why this is the graduate class, right? You got to pay extra and really want to be here, but I'm not going to give you lollipops. You know, I want to be clear that you saw the pedigree of where this information came from. You see that it's coming through multiple sources. Many, many ancient teachings also say this, and the law of one also says this. So if I had to go in one direction or the other on the spontaneous versus gradual side, I am definitely on the spontaneous side. Yeah. Yeah.
Regarding the law of one, I know only two people that is talking about the law of one. You are one of them, and Bashar is the second one.
Right.
And I was amazed that never you was talking each other about the other
Sure.
guy.
Well, you know, Bashar's out there and I'm out there, and he's doing what he's doing, I'm doing what I'm doing. It's all good.
Because you're backing each other.
Yeah, I understand. So let's go on, because if we keep having all these questions, there's so much more stuff that I have for you that we're going to totally run out of time. We have a wall. I cannot run over. We got somebody coming in the room right after me. So I want you to hear this because we're not done. This is a scary part, but on the other hand, it's like what they're saying is it's all good. The earth is going to be transformed into a Garden of Eden paradise, just like in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. The Golden Age occurs in antiquity, and it also comes back. So what we're dealing with is a world that will be transformed, and all of these people who are creating all this bad stuff, like the Federal Reserve and blood-sacrificing Illuminati and all this stuff, they're just there for you. They're there to give you the grist for the mill to create your awakening. But then, look, if you look at the Illuminati problem and you understand as much about it as I do with the military-industrial complex and all these underground bases that they have and all the technology that they have, how could they ever be defeated? It requires some sort of cosmic divine intervention for that to happen, for us to actually have a happy ending. And that's what these ETs are telling us. They're the managers of this. So they're allowing the bad guys to do a certain amount of stuff, because if we didn't have stuff like Fukushima happening, we wouldn't be inspired to want to grow and awaken. And that's what this is really all about. There's a certain amount of badness that's allowed to occur to wake us up. And what did I say about the roundworm and Drosophila fly and the Italian wall lizard and the birds on the Galapagos? I said stress creates evolution. And that's exactly what the Tibetan rainbow body teaching is about. If you don't have enough stress, you don't make it to rainbow body. You have to experience stress, you have to be stressed, and then you have to not let it define you. And you have to seek the love in that moment of stress. That's the whole teaching. It's all about transformation. So let's go on now. Love, peace, and harmony is all that will exist in this true creation. Many will not believe this story, but if they do not believe, they're not going to be punished. They're simply moved to another planet. So you don't get punished, you just don't get to be here anymore. That's not really a punishment. It's just you move to the place that's appropriate for your level of learning. They're moved in a just manner. It's not fearful or terrifying. And they all get to, know where they went and what happened, at first at least. And then they will again try to learn the lessons of love, peace, and harmony all over again. People of all planets must live in love, peace, and harmony if they are to receive the full blessings of the Father, Mother, God. I will leave you now and we will talk again. I am your friend and companion in service of the Father, Mother, God, Hatan. So then it goes on from there, and it says, others try to rule by force. This should not be. Free will was created. Why should the wrong thinking of a few be forced upon many? All of these things are making your planet unbalanced on and around it. At times, the Father, Mother, God has to rebalance some of the planets and solar systems, and that is what is about to take place on your planet. Conditions on your planet cause unbalance in your entire solar system, so it must be balanced back into the harmony of the creation. Now, these people are totally outside of time, so just because this hasn't happened yet doesn't mean they can't see it coming. This is all, I believe, totally real. And then here I only included this bit so that you can see Hatan in the top quote at the bottom, I am your teacher and friend Hatan, and then down here it says, I am very happy to be with you this evening. I am Latwii. L-A-T-U-E is pronounced Latwii. Now, interestingly enough, Carla, who channeled the Law of One, read this book before she ever channeled, and it tuned her up. This material is very high-minded, and this is where she got Hatan and Latwii from, because before she started to channel the Ra contact, she actually channeled Hatan and Latwii. So I'm aware that I'm telling you some pretty heavy stuff here, but I want to be clear that I think it's better, if this is what's going to happen, I think it's better to know about it than not to know about it. Wouldn't you want to know if this is the truth, if this is what's really going on? Don't you want to know? I want to know. And the cool part is that most of this channeling, the big focal point every year for all the people that were doing this was right frickin' here in Giant Rock, Joshua Tree. So it's like you're at the mecca of where this was all taking place, including the contacts that led to these channelings coming through. So one of the most important figures, as I said last time, George Hunt Williamson, another really very influential figure in all this, wrote a whole bunch of books, and he was the main attraction here at Joshua Tree when these conferences happen every year that were attracting like 5,000 people. So sorry, Paul, we haven't made it there yet, but it'll happen. It's going to maybe next year, right? So he wrote Other Tongues, Other Flesh, Secret Places of the Lion, Other Voices. The one we're going to focus on right now is called Road in the Sky. What do you think that refers to? A stargate. That's a stargate. A road in the sky is an old-fashioned Native American term for a stargate. Now, this book was printed in 1959, as you see right here. So I want to get that clear because you can go buy Road in the Sky on Amazon. There's still copies out there. Now we're going to look at page 252. This is the fruits of that radio telegraph contact I was talking about. In 1952, we were told that our planet and our entire solar system was entering the outer fringes of a great cosmic cloud or area of intense cosmic ray activity. As we entered the fringes of this field of energy, our Earth starts to change. And we experience the first effects in strange, bad weather. Look at what's happening with California right now. The whole frickin' state is so dry, it's an emergency, which I think is actually the result of manipulation by HAARP, but that's another lecture. They're trying to ruin our food supply because the negative forces are aware that they have very little time left and trying to throw the world into chaos. It says in the Law of One that the negative forces are what they call the Orion Confederation. And it says in the Law of One that they can mess with the planet up until it achieves social memory. But once a planet achieves social memory, which means that the veiling is dropped, then the negative cannot do anything else at that point. So social memory is achieved when enough of us start to think lovingly. That's when the veil comes down. So we begin experiencing these energetic changes in strange weather, ice caps melting, large earthquakes, increases in cosmic ray activity, and radio interference. The governments of the world knew about this in classified programs. They were very concerned and set up special projects to study radiation and its effects on organic life. And I'm going to cut ahead to this. This is what his contacts from the 1950s told him, and this is all stuff that was vetted out by W.B. Smith. Our entire solar system is entering a new possibility area of the universe, and technically that's the galaxy, a new region of the galaxy. Every phase of our life will be changed completely. Economics, well, that's pretty obvious. We're probably not going to have a money system at all. Religion, we're not going to play my God is better than your God anymore. Education, look at how much I've done to change the way science runs compared to what we think it is. And just education in general, it shouldn't have to be based on grades and coercion. Politics. In Atlantean times, they had these U-shaped collars that they wore, and if you told a lie, it energetically sensed it and it started choking you. We could sure use some of those now. But believe me, if the government found them, they buried them way in the back of the warehouse at Area 51. Science, of course, that's going to change. Social life, that's already starting to happen. One time I was on a psychedelic drug, let's just put it that way. Okay, it was LSD-25. It was lysergic acid. And I had this box bug out. I said, my God, because I was walking down the street tripping, and I said, everybody's living in a box, right? I don't even know who these people are, and this is my street. And they put these little boxes of garbage out in front of the house. And they got the box of the stuff they want, the box of the stuff they don't want. And then I'm like, wait a minute. We sleep in a box. The bed is like a box. We drive to work in a box. We're sealed off from everybody else. We work in a cube, a little box. We're entertained at work by a box, a computer. We come home and we're entertained by the dancing glass colors on the glass box of the television set. And then when you die, where do they put you? In a frickin' box. Holy smokes. And I'm like, I got to tell the world about this. You know, when you're tripping, you think this is like this brilliant insight. I call it the box bug out. You can bug out on the box for a long time. Social life, I think it's going to become a lot more community-oriented, and that's what's starting to happen at events like this. We need to see each other and find out that we're not crazy. Well, some of us are crazy. There's a few crazy-looking people in here, but for the most part, we're not crazy. Medicine, that's a big one because energy can completely heal the body. You don't need any pharmies at all. Pharmaceuticals is just an old paradigm to make money. Eating habits, that's very obvious once you start to figure out what's going on. As it turns out, some people I know who have worked for the cabal in the past told me in no uncertain terms they weaponized our food supply. There are certain things that are weaponized. One of the biggest ones is wheat. And that's whole wheat and regular wheat. It has a chemical in it called gliadin that simulates the thyroid hormone so that your thyroid takes it up as if it was thyroid hormone. What does that do? That means you have no energy and you're constantly tired. And gliadin also makes your body think that it needs more food than it really does. It shuts off the satisfying part that says, oh, I've eaten enough. So when you eat wheat, you eat so much that your stomach is going to blow, practically. Another thing that is weaponized is refined sugar. Refined sugar is as dangerous as cocaine. And you really should not eat sugar at all unless it's natural stuff like brown rice syrup, molasses, honey, evaporated cane juice is okay. But stevia is great. You know, you just want to, anything that's more like in the vegan side of things is usually okay. Agave nectar is really right on the edge. I don't really recommend very much of that. But for God's sake, anything that's got regular sugar in it, it's a weapon. And one of the biggest things that they did that they weaponized is processed food and fast food. This guy that worked for the cabal told me that they actually figured out that they could put in all the fast food chains into these developing countries, and that before the fast food shows up, the people will fight tyranny down to the last man, woman, and child, throwing rocks at the tank as it's about to roll them over. But as soon as you give them McDonald's and Burger King and taco smell, man, they'll just let you come right in, do whatever you want. Why? Because the food is a weapon. It is given chemicals to make you smell things that are nutritious, and it tastes really good, but your body is getting more and more sick, and they're doing this on purpose. So I highly recommend that you go back to a natural diet as much as possible. It will really help. So there's some fear porn for you, huh? But it's true. I mean, don't you want to know? If people told me that they weaponized our food supply, don't you want me to tell you that? Okay, thank you. You cannot stay overweight if you don't eat wheat and sugar. It's very hard to keep weight on your body and be obese if you don't eat wheat and sugar. It's actually really difficult. And one other thing I'll add is, too, ethically raised meat is much better than factory farm meat. They've also weaponized factory farming to some degree with all these chemicals and hormones and nonsense that they're putting in it. So that's why I never go after dairy. I don't do any dairy at all. Dairy is just out. And when I eat meat, I eat like buffalo steak or ground buffalo or fish. That's the two things that are the best. But if you go for the natural meats that don't have hormones and antibiotics, they're not weaponized. So that's much better. The weaponized meat is what's causing arterial sclerosis, heart disease, all this kind of stuff. So, and that's why also Dr. Weston Price, as I talked about yesterday, gave us this technology in the form of Activator X, and what he found was that natural food that's actually like animals that are raised in an ordinary way with ordinary stuff, they have a chemical either in the dairy, it's like one form of it is in butter oil, or in the case of like animal protein, this chemical in it actually digests the cholesterol so you don't get heart disease, your arteries don't clog up. And he found that he could supplement this stuff in, and it would actually have a huge impact on your health. So Aurora's in the back there. We have like, I think maybe 7 or 8 bottles of the fish oil stuff left. It's $40 a bottle, and we had a lot more, but we sold it all. But anyway, you can add this stuff into your diet, and it will actually make a big difference in how well things digest and how much health you have. So that's a very useful thing. You can go to greenpasture.org, greenpasture.org, and if you put an S on it, that becomes this fundamentalist Christian website that I don't recommend at all. And then you can order, there's a couple different things they have. They have blue ice fermented skate liver oil, that's what we got here, that's the best stuff. And they also have butter oil, they also have fermented cod liver oil, different things like that. But basically, the ideal combination is that you do the butter oil and you do the fish oil, because then you're getting land and sea at the same time. You had a question over here. Well, look, man, the bottom line is that we're being protected by higher beings. There's probably nothing you can totally trust, but just try to err on the side of caution, you know. It's better to try to buy organic, even if it's not actually organic, than to just say, screw it, I'm not going to worry about it. The body is made to take in a lot of toxins. Like, I'll give you a funny example that's actually true. I had these chocolate bars, and they're wrapped in foil. And, you know, it got in my car. I went to the Ancient Aliens taping last week. I taped a whole bunch of episodes for them, and my chocolate melted in the car. And the foil wrapper got into the chocolate, and I couldn't get all of it out. And I said, you know what? Screw it. The human body knows how to deal with this stuff. I'm just going to shoot it out the other end. Big deal. So I ate the foil, and I ate the chocolate in the foil. I'm not recommending you try this at home. But I'm not worried about it. I don't always test to make sure, you know, everything is just right. But, you know, there's things you can do. So, anyway, let's stay on track here. We got some really cool stuff from the Bible that makes a lot more sense of what these 1950s ETs were actually telling us. This is the book, the same book we've been reading out of now. It says, and so it is written, the first man, Adam, was made a living soul, and the last Adam was made a quickening spirit. And that's 1 Corinthians 15:45. What the heck does that mean? That means that everybody up until now is the Adam. That's the human race. And we are living, we are biological. But the next Adam, the last Adam, that comes in the golden age is a quickening spirit. We become spiritual beings, beings of light, not beings of flesh. Then in 1 Corinthians 15:47, don't you love it when I get all biblical? It makes it just feel so good. The first man is of the earth, earthy, that's everybody up until now. The second man is the Lord from heaven. Now, traditional Christians would say, oh, that's Jesus. But then it becomes very clear as you keep reading, they're not just talking about Jesus. They're talking about everybody. Now we're going down to 1 Corinthians 15:49 through 53. This really blows me away because it's right out there, and it's based on lots of other ancient scriptures, including Zoroastrian scripture and Hindu scripture. As we have borne the image of the earthy, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. Now this I say, brethren, flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. Wow, okay. What is that saying? That means your biological body transmutes just like the Tibetan rainbow body, right? That's what's going on here. Oh, man, I don't know if I want to do that. Well, okay, cool. Then you got 25,000 more years to think about it. It's up to you. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. And by the way, this is not some agonizing, terrible death. It's ecstatic, dimensional shift, just like going through a portal. These people that go into rainbow body in Tibet, they're in ecstasy. And sometimes it happens spontaneously. They just go. It's like Padmasambhava, the original Buddha. Okay. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither can corruption inherit incorruption. In other words, the flesh is corrupt. It's got corruption in it. It's built to rot and die after a certain period of time. The soul is incorruptible. Then it says, behold, I show you a mystery, and I love this line. We shall not all sleep, but we shall be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. That's not talking about a slow, gradual... 20 years later, something's happened. Yeah, I guess it's changed. No. In a twinkling of an eye, meaning, oh, shit, it just happened. What's going on? Oh my God, I'm flying. What's happening? Literally, that's what they're saying. It sounds evangelical, but that stuff's in the Bible, right? Nobody wants to deal with it. Oh, the rapture, those are crazy people. Well, there's something scientific to it, and it's back to the fact that the DNA doesn't have the information of the soul. The DNA is a conduit for information. That's why when you're put under stress, this is the theme of the talk today, stress transforms you. Those birds that are put in an environment where they can't eat seeds anymore, their body says, oh, I'll make a beak that eats the seeds that are still available. The roundworm that doesn't have the ability to eat lactose says, oh, I'll evolve my mouth parts so that they can digest lactose. And on down the line. So we're going through this global initiation. We shall change in a twinkling of an eye. And then it says, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible. Now, what the heck do you think the trumpet means? It's a vibration. The sounding of the trumpet is a metaphor of a vibrational change, a sound frequency change. The dead shall be raised incorruptible. This is talking about spiritual death. And what they say in the Law of One is that the veil drops. You no longer are shielded from cosmic consciousness. You can access the greater matrix of the universal mind now. And they explain that we all get telekinesis, telepathy, levitation, time travel, all of these great abilities. They don't happen immediately, but they happen pretty quick once you go through this. Because all you have to do is start trying, and then you find out that it works. And if you have a lucid dream, it already works in your lucid dream. So go try that out. Go try a lucid dreaming practice. When you get control over a dream, you can do any of the stuff I'm telling you about right now. I love to fly through walls, fly through windows, push my hand through solid objects, change the shape of my physical body, snap my fingers and go into an entirely different location. I first started doing this when I was a weed head. I literally conjured an entire barn filled with marijuana. And I opened it was the best skunky, lemony, oh, it was just amazing. And I opened the barn doors, and I get drowned in marijuana. The purest, greatest, saucy little buds everywhere. And then I actually manifested a giant metal salad bowl about this big around and took a pipe and stuck it in the bottom and then got this huge freaking blowtorch and took the weed and just packed the bowl, just boom, 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 boom. Oh my God! I'd never been so high. It was awesome. And then you wake up and you're not stoned. It's like, well, okay, but it worked in the dream. That's the kind of stuff that I want to do. I was doing this as an adolescent teenager in high school. I manifested a sports car. And man, I manifested this incredibly awesome car. I was just driving around doing all kinds of crazy stuff. The one thing that for me never worked is I tried to manifest a woman to have sex with. And I literally ended up, like it started to happen. And let's just say that parts of my clothing were no longer on, particularly from the waist down. And then all of a sudden, 1 minute, this is what's about to happen, and everything is getting hot and ready, and then the next thing you know, I'm standing there, and there's this room full of people in a ring, and they're all pointing at me and laughing. So if you try to do lucid dreaming, bear in mind that you're not the one controlling everything, and that sometimes if you go too far, you're going to be humiliated. They did not like me trying to do anything sexual out there. That was something I learned a long time ago. But weed, yeah, they let me smoke weed. So go figure. They say it's medicine. So, hey man, it's medicine. I got 21 years of clean time, so I can talk about my past with impunity. So let's go on here. It's going to become like a global lucid dream, except now it's not a dream, it's actually daily reality. If there even is such a thing as a day, because apparently it's light all the time now. There's always this light around that you can see. So we will look for new heavens and a new earth in which there will be righteousness. That's 2 Peter 3:13. It says, "Behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former heaven and earth shall not be remembered or even come into mind." Isaiah 65:17. That's crazy. It's such a big change that you don't even remember what it was like before. You're so in that new reality. The promise for the people who remain is found in Isaiah 66:22. "For as the new heavens and the new earth which I will make shall remain before me, saith the Lord," you got to put those biblical things in, "so shall your seed," i.e. your DNA, as we now know, "and your name remain." And this last bit really blew me away. "There shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars." That's the interplanetary climate change that in my other work I show you everything in the solar system is energetically transforming. The planets are getting hotter, they're getting brighter, they're getting more magnetic. "And upon the earth there will be the distress of nations with perplexity." That's happening right now for sure. We got Iraq, we got Israel and Gaza, we got all this crazy stuff going on. Ebola panic, and that's just like in the last 2 weeks. And just take a snapshot of any part of our history. There's all this crazy stuff going on. "The sea and the waves are roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear, and looking after those things that are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken." So this is an ominous time, it would appear. "And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud," interestingly enough, "with power and great glory." What do you think the cloud is? It's a flying craft. That's just what they're calling it. The Son of Man represents, in Law of One terms, they actually say there's a whole group of fourth density beings that come to welcome us into fourth density. There is a welcoming committee, and that's this big mass visitation of UFOs that will occur at some point. They don't show up until the very, very last minute, right before this is about to happen. "Then shall they see the Son of Man come in a cloud with power and great glory, and when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for redemption," i.e. transmutation, "draws near." St. Luke 21:25 through 28. So I bet you didn't realize you were going to get into all this with me today, did you? My goodness. But look, I don't encourage there to be a fearful response to this information. If this is the big picture, if this is what's really going on, then it's up to us to understand it and to make use of the knowledge. If these higher beings are trying to bring us into a higher level of creation, then let's study what happened and let's get to the core of it. So I want to talk more about the Tibetans, because this is where it all starts to make sense. The second Buddha, or Padmasambhava, did not have a mother or father. He showed up in late 700s AD. The Tibetans said he arrived in an egg that came out of the sky, and he told the people that he came from the cosmos. He had clearly remarkable ascended abilities. As soon as he arrived, he already could do levitation. The name Padmasambhava means born from the lotus, which is the UFO that he came out of. He's also called Guru Rinpoche, or the second Buddha, translates as precious guru. And he studied Vajrayana Buddhism, but then made a big trip and traveled throughout all these regions in the Himalayas: Nepal, Bhutan, India, and Tibet. And this is his picture. It almost looks like he sort of apologetically penciled in facial hair, doesn't it? Because it's like it looks like it's just a tattoo. And probably that's because as an ET, he doesn't even have facial hair normally. But maybe for the time, everybody had beards, and so he wanted to kind of fit in. He was a little insecure. I mean, give him a break. So here he is on his flying lotus. And as I said the other day, here he is with a very tripped out look in his eyes. He's definitely had the medicine on that one. Notice he also has an awakened pineal gland symbol, the third eye, and he's doing a mudra with his hand. Now, after he did this whole large ministry in Tibet, at the end of his life, he turned into the rainbow body, and this is what it actually looked like. He became this pinwheeling rainbow of light, and it happened spontaneously. So here's the history. He brought Buddhism from Tibet to India. He brought Buddhism from India to Tibet in the 8th century. The indigenous religion in the Himalayas was the Bon, and he blended that with Buddhism, and that's what created Tibetan Buddhism. He had extraordinary abilities, including the ability to fly, and he didn't just fly by himself. There are eyewitnesses during this time of history seeing whole crowds of people flying through the air like a flock of birds with Padmasambhava. He could levitate a whole group of people, and they're just flying around. And this was widely seen when he would travel. That's the way he was traveling. Telekinesis, he could move objects around with his mind very easily. Apports, he could manifest anything he wanted out of thin air, just there it is in his hand. And he could telepathically talk to people in their mind, and he melded Buddhist teachings with the Bon. And this is what created Tibetan Buddhism as we now know it, called the Nyingma sect, and I showed you that Yarchangar monastery before, which is Nyingma sect Buddhism. During the same time frame, other ETs were already around and teaching Buddhist people their religion. This is around 800 AD again, and this is when Borobudur was built in Indonesia, which totally fits the pyramid formula. Isn't that interesting? Pyramids are not necessarily that old, but this looks an awful lot like the step pyramids in Mesoamerica, but nobody talks about this one in Indonesia. They just say, oh, it's a temple. No, that's not like any normal temple. That's a pyramid. And there's all these little Buddhas up at the top. So this was built by the king of the Salyendra dynasty in 7th, 8th century with the help of his friends, located in the town called Magelang in the middle of Java Island in Indonesia. And it's built in 9 levels to symbolize the 9 yanas of Buddhist religion. And so there it is from the side. And in my Gaiam TV, I have a whole elaborate thing on this where I show you all the little Buddhas and what they all mean. But I don't have time to do all that now. We got to get through all this. So Padmasambhava ascended at the end of his life and turned into the rainbow body. And this was a great surprise and inspiration to the people who were around him at the time. And now we have 160,000 documented cases of people achieving light body thanks to these teachings of Nyingma Buddhism that he created. The central practice is called Dzogchen, and that is also known as Ati Yoga or the Great Perfection. Okay, so I'm seeing defections. People are going to the bathroom. Is it bad enough that we should take 5 minutes to do that and then we'll do the last 35 minutes, or do you want me to just go straight through? Okay, the majority has it. So sorry if people are like this. I can make it. I'm kind of on the edge, but I'll be fine. I'll just go over here for a minute. No Coke bottles today. Next time. All right, so Dzogchen is the same thing they were calling the mother light, the natural primordial state of being. That's what you have to get to if you want to be able to hit the rainbow body. All their teachings and meditations are aimed at achieving this condition. This is pure, all-encompassing primordial clarity, and you realize that that's the nature of all beings. This is a part of us that is timeless and has no form, and yet it is the defining nature of the universe. Although it has no form, it is capable of perceiving, experiencing, reflecting, and expressing all form. So this is a greater reality, and I talked in my other lectures about this new science that shows that space and time are the emanations of a geometric form that is outside of space and time as we know it, but it gives rise to all of the visible universe. And it does so, it gives rise to the universe without being affected by it in any ultimate permanent way. It's like a mirror that reflects with complete openness, but is not affected by its reflection. So that's a very interesting way of looking at the universe that, as I've said in other talks, our latest science is catching up to. So again, this is an actual eyewitness drawing of what Padmasambhava looked like when he hit Rainbow Body. You notice that you can still see the lapels on his clothing. So his body was disappearing before the clothes. In many of these cases, the clothes actually drop to the ground and there's no body left in them, but the clothes are still intact. Sometimes the clothes also disappear when it's a spontaneous case. And I want to be clear that sometimes Christians have done this too. If you really follow the teachings of Jesus, you will get to this level, because the whole core of the teaching, as I said, is, can every thought in your mind be a loving thought? Well, thankfully, Tibetan Buddhism has preserved a much more intact version of how to do this than any other religion, and that's why people are still ascending even recently. And it's called Trekcho. This is where you recognize that the universe is a mirror, and they want you to meditate on the mirror as a very important principle. Now, this is also something that the Law of One recommends. Everything around you is a mirror. That means that when you look at someone else, you're looking at your own face. Now, trip out on that one for a minute. If we do that, if we see everyone as our mirror, then how could you be angry at anyone else unless you're angry at yourself? And if that's true, then you need therapy. Like me. I need therapy. I got angry today. But it's all due course. So I'm learning. We're all learning. You see that the cosmos is your mirror, that this is all hologram, and that there's an original identity that made the cosmos, and it's available to you in the purity of each moment. If you go into the love of the moment and you feel that clarity and purity, then boom, you're in there. So this is a knowledge. When you get this state and you realize that everybody is your mirror and you're able to see yourself everywhere, and you do that lovingly, you create a state called Rigpa. And there's many different ways to get to Rigpa. They acknowledge this, but they created a way called Trekcho that they say is the fastest way to get there. It's not the only way, but it's the fastest way. And Trekcho is often, the analogy that's used is of the knife, recognizing and cutting through tension and rigidity. So while you're meditating, what you want to do is visualize a knife or a sword, and you're cutting the cords. These meditators, what they're doing all day, okay, just to be clear, they're in a cave, they're blissing out, they're meditating, they're breathing deeply, and they are constantly cutting the cords. They're looking at all the memories of things that were not loving, all the obligations that people tried to lay on them. You owe me, I blame you, you are guilty, and you just cut the cords, cut the cords, cut the cords, go back to love. Realize that everything happens for a reason, and as long as, once you've balanced your karma through forgiving others and forgiving yourself, there's nothing left, there's no cords. People try to lay their cords on you, and you just gently cut them. And so that's what they're doing all the time. And my readings often use that analogy of the hot air balloon, where they say you want to cut the cords that are weighing the balloon down. And once you cut enough of them, the balloon starts to rise. You also, of course, master the art of contemplation and visualization. And they have a specific mandala that I'm going to show you in the next slide that they use for their visualization. The meditation is done in the state of unity consciousness. So again, the mirror is very important. Seeing the whole world as your mirror. Meditate on unity consciousness, and then they're also toning. And the sound they tone is ah. Just like we've heard in other cultures. Amen in Christianity, Aum in Buddhism, or in Hinduism rather. And in Tibetan Buddhism it's ah, but it's the same basic idea. That's the character that is in Sanskrit for the letter ah, and you're actually supposed to visualize that character. It's a complex little symbol to memorize. There's a lot of interesting little things going on in that symbol. Now, does this mean that if you don't do this, you're not going to ascend? No. In the Law of One, they say that the ability to steadily hold a visual image in the mind through all these different layers of meditation is what ultimately allows you to create your energy body in any realm of the universe that you want. The ability to hold a steady image in your mind is very important in meditation, because that's what ultimately allows you to construct yourself anywhere in the universe, because you're accessing the universe now as pure information. And they also recommend that as you see this character Ah, that you envision a rainbow of light around it, because it's activating your rainbow body. So it's activating all the colors of the rainbow spectrum. So the Trekcho practice involves purifying yourself of anything that obscures you from seeing the light of the universe. You witness your karma, and this is the cutting of the cords again, and you forgive your karma. You forgive yourself and you forgive those who hurt you, and you dissolve it. You cut the cords until it holds no cause, until karma's not pushing on you. And you'll know this because you feel better and better. You feel a blissful state. Your physical body is then calmed to this death-like state that they call samadhi. I'm sure we've all heard that before. And there is a deep state of union with your true consciousness, your true identity, that occurs on a conscious level. Now, that may appear to be the end, but it's not. There's a further, deeper level, a final practice they call togal, after you've already achieved this level of realization. And at this level, you actually become the universe. Rather than just observing the universe and seeing that you are the universe, you become the universe. And at that point, you finish the job and your body dissolves back into the universe. You clear all blockages, all karma, and all thoughts. And that's very interesting. One of the really cool things, I have a friend who's very into Tibetan Buddhism. All the Nyingma sect people are coming to the U.S. They come to California sometimes. And there was a seminar 2 years ago where the Buddhist monks who are actually achieving rainbow body gave us a new level of the teaching that had been secret up until then. And they said, in order to reach the rainbow body, you must transcend hope and transcend fear. Now, transcend fear, okay, I'll buy that. But transcend hope? Just before I give you the answer, think for a minute, why would they say transcend hope? Okay, what do you think? Yeah, you're letting go. And what were you going to say?
Hope is also balanced with doubt, so you're letting go of doubt.
You're both correct. And yeah. That's right. He said hope is in the future, and if you want to be in the 0 point, you have to be in the moment. So all of you guys are correct. Guys and girls. Some people don't like it if you say guys for women. Transcending hope means that you don't have to hope because you know what is. Hope implies, oh, I hope things are going to be this way, but they're really not because it sucks. So no, it doesn't suck. It's all good. The universe is perfectly balanced. Everything is fine. You're fine. It's all okay. You don't need to hope that it's going to be better. And in the Law of One, they explain that the highest teaching that gets you to rainbow body is when you embrace the sacramental nature of all things. And that is done by observing the universe and observing everything that's happening the way that it is and being okay with it the way that it is, which is very difficult. Because you can look at things that are happening now or things that have happened, you can say, well, that's an atrocity, that's a disaster, that's terrible. But it's all part of a sacred continuum to awaken us, and we will all awaken. We will all get the message. Nobody is left behind. Everybody makes it. It's just a question of when. And the ETs are just here to try to speed up the process of how soon it is before we make it. So you want to clear thoughts, because thoughts are actually creating a separate identity. And pure awareness is without time and it's without space. It has no form and it has no beginning or ending. It's just now. So you can step into that now, and it's very, very blissful, but you're not thinking, and you don't have to hope, and you don't have to fear. So let me point out the fear thing, because this is another really, really important one. If you are on the highest level Ascension class right now, if you're a graduate student of Ascension, then guess what? You're probably on the class of, we don't want you to ever be afraid of anything. But how does your higher self get you there? It scares the living piss out of you. You can see I'm focusing on piss right now. But that's what happens when you do 3 hours and you only take one break at the beginning. So it scares you. The universe is deliberately going to manifest fear so that you will not be afraid of the things that used to scare you. So you get the same stuff. This is a great line in the Law of One that totally relates to Tibetan Buddhism, where they say catalyst, which is something that upsets you, basically. Catalyst is what causes growth. Catalyst will repeat until it is no longer useful. Catalyst will repeat until it is no longer useful. Well, shit, I ought to find out what useful means, right? That's the next thing. What does useful mean? How is it useful? And then they say this: any experience that changes the state of your consciousness is a useful experience. So here's the deal. The universe is trying to guide you into a state where every thought that you have is this pure love. Anything that the universe can send your way that makes you not feel pure love, where it changes the state of mind, it actually creates movement in consciousness. You get angry, you get offended, you get sad, you get jealous, you have guilt, you have fear. That's useful. Why? Because it's contorting your mind, it's creating movement, it's doing something to stir up the water so that you eventually will have to seek out pure, primordial, peaceful awareness again. By disrupting it, it actually enhances your quest for it, right? So you're going to keep going through the same BS over and over again. You're going to have to be terrified. You're going to have to face your deepest, darkest fears, and you'll go through that over and over again until it no longer bothers you. And I had a dream recently where this shaman woman is literally shoving a poisonous snake right in my face. And she's saying, I'm going to keep doing this until you see that this is God and that you're no longer afraid. Yeah. Similar dream 2 years ago. Uh-huh. Okay, God was talking to you when you had a demon. It said, stay in and face your fear. Don't run from the demon. As soon as you do, it will disappear. He faced it. It stood right in front of him, and it disappeared. Ah, his daughter was okay because she felt no fear. Hmm. He said a swirling vortex of light came down over his body and vibrated his being for 15 or 20 minutes. Hmm. Yeah, send the message that fear is holding everyone back from the Creator. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. And on that note, my clock says it's 3:33, which is a little good synchronicity, a little good nudge. So, sacramental nature of all things. Fear, we give so much credit to it. We give it credit that it's a credible source of information. And yeah, you want to do something about it if you have a threat, but you don't want to be living in fear. Fear is a call to action, just like anger. But you use the call, you answer the call, and you follow through. Once you can do this, your identity shifts to the cosmic awareness, and your body dissolves into pure light because you literally have become the universe. So you don't need a body anymore because that's not who you are anymore. You've become everything around you. You re-merge into the universe, and you become the wisdom body or the rainbow body. And this attainment is called Jalus, or the Great Attainment, the perfected body. And again, this is what it looks like. So when you understand what the core of this whole land was for in the 1950s, the beings that came here were trying to do for us what they did for the Tibetans when Padmasambhava reached them. They were trying to give us this knowledge. They're trying to teach us about this transformative event that's going to happen on Earth that apparently is something that will happen to all of us if we're ready for it, and if we're not ready for it, then we end up being moved to another planet. So it's a very interesting experience that's going to be happening here. Now, I want to start showing you some of the physical artifacts that were left behind by Padmasambhava. In the Asura cave, he actually reached his final enlightenment. This is when he started to develop all the most powerful magical skills. And you can still go to the cave in Pharping, Nepal, 2 hours by bus in a dangling bus ride from Kathmandu to get there, but it is worth it. It's a holy site of pilgrimage also for the Hindus, and they have the Dakshin Kali temple there. And Padmasambhava has left behind handprints, footprints, and manifested images in rock that you can actually go see. You can actually go on vacation and see it. So this is what it looks like when you're in the area. This is the stairwell that you walk up to get to the Ashura cave. This is what it looks like when you get to the top of the stairs looking out. This is the final stairwell. There's these prayer wheels. You can spin them as you go up, and those are the mandalas that he was chanting. Now you go through this little crevice. There's regular rock on one side, a wall on the other. Now you're almost there. You go into the square, and you see this little temple. That's the Hindu side. Then over on the other side is Padmasambhava's cave. And here's the doorway into the cave. You walk up to it, and you'll notice over there on the left-hand side of the door is going to become a very important spot. You can't really see it up close now. I'm just showing you some of the farther away images. But now let's look at this. After he came out of the cave and had ascended, or had at least almost gotten there, he had gotten to the point that he could control matter. He mushed his handprint into the stone. And many people now put their hand on the handprint, and that's why it's got all that black around it. That's all the grease from people's hands. But look at it up close, and let's count the fingers, and you might start to notice something a little strange here. There's 6 fingers on that hand. Very obviously, undeniably, a 6-fingered hand. Just like those panels on what? The Roswell crash that I showed you. Isn't that interesting? It's the same people. That's why he had to pencil in that weird little mustache to fit in with the natives. That's why he had those big weird eyes. We don't know where he's from. And, you know, it's kind of not really important. We're all the same being, ultimately, from the cosmos. So you can go there and you can see this handprint. This wasn't carved. This was witnessed that people saw him do this. He mushed his hand right into the rock. And you can see multiple images of that. So then let's go inside the cave. We go inside the cave and we see these butter lamps, as they're called. And there's a little kind of stone hole underneath in the stone. Now we're looking at the altar that's there, and it appears that these little black sculptures that you see were actually made by his consciousness, and he mushed them right out of the rock and sculpted them just with the power of his mind. I'm not entirely sure that that's what that is, but I'm pretty sure that that's what those are. Those are actually manifestations from the rock. This is another one. Notice the shape. And that should look familiar to you now, because this is where he actually carved the image of the Ah into the stone with the power of his consciousness. And if you're lucky enough to go there, then they'll actually do you the kind favor of whapping you in the head with paper. Just to sort of wake you. No, I mean, it's just a blessing that they give you. I'm just being silly. I don't think it hurts. So this is really fascinating because unlike Christianity, in which, well, is there anything left behind from the crucifix? We don't know. Can we find the tomb that Jesus rolled the stone away from when he came out ascended? We don't know. Maybe. Israel might tell you that they've got it, but you don't really know if it's true. There's nothing definitive. But here we have a guy who did the same things as Jesus, and there's all kinds of stuff we can see. Another one is Yanglesho Cave. So here's that monastery, and you notice there's this red stairwell that you go up. There's the stairwell, and these very colorful gates that they keep repainting. And you go inside. This is the upper Yanglesho Cave now. And this is what you see in there. and they have some stuff up there. And then you go to the lower cave, and you see this place called Self-Arisen Terra Temple. And these two are interconnected by an air passageway. So that's how you get to the cave. And this is the monastery built outside, and there's another view of it. So you walk up, and you go to this temple, and then you go inside, and they have a donation box, and there's a guy in there working. And what you actually see is this. And you can't really see it too well yet, but this is a statue of an elephant that Padmasambhava apparently materialized directly out of the rock. And it wasn't until I found this picture, first of all, that you can actually see that's the image of Ganesh, which is one of the Hindu gods, and of course he blended Hinduism and Buddhism. And this apparently was something he mushed right out of the rock. And so that's where people leave their financial offerings. But that was created by telekinetic manipulation of stone. And this is another one that Padmasambhava created, including the paint apparently, by telekinetic manipulation of stone, the image of the Buddha itself. And then next to Ganesh, that elephant, is this image, one of the most famous ones, again created by the power of the mind manipulating the rock. And people leave little flowers on it, as you can see here. And more recently, you notice that there's a new image coming in on the top left of another little being. And apparently what people are saying is that this image is continually rising up out of the rock. It's actually still happening. And there's the area above. You can kind of see it a little bit there. And here's another shot of it where you don't see the other image as much. Here's another shot of it. I found a lot of these interesting images with the money offerings left behind. So, and then they also sell these little trinkets that are like a metallic reconstruction of what it looks like, so you have something to bring home. So now I want to talk about the footprints that Padmasambhava and a few others like him left behind to show us what he had done, that he could control matter. The Dzogchen Monastery has its own website, and it's dzogchenmonastery.cn. And you can see footprints that were left behind in the stone on this website by these masters. This is one where he did both feet at once. Here's another one where they painted it so you can see the footprint more clearly. Here's another one. Here's another one where he kind of stuck it on the side of the rock there. This is another one where the paint is going down from the top. Now notice also that the area where the toes are is unusually wide, and that becomes important later. It almost looks like flippers. Another place that is in Tibet is Leh, it's called. And this one you can't really see too well, but I just want to show you, not all of them are that great. This is an area of handprints and footprints. And about the closest you can see the footprint is in this. You can kind of see it there. It's tilted off to the side. And you can see it more closely. It almost looks like a swimming flipper. Now we're going to go to Tawang, India. And this is another place where this has actually been seen. It's called the Place Blessed by the Horse, located at the tri-junction between India, Tibet, and Bhutan. 500 monks are still studying there today, and it's the largest Buddhist monastery in India. The British originally declared this area off-limits to foreigners. The young 6th Dalai Lama wrote with his finger in the stone, and he wrote Lama Jino, and it means the Lama knows. It's more freely translated as "Here we are." And this was written in 1688, and the name of the 6th Dalai Lama was Sangyang Gyaltso. And I haven't actually found an appropriate image of that writing yet. But this is located in Urgyeling. So now we have another place in India, Madhuri Lake. This is very beautiful places to live. Check this out. It really makes me want to take a vacation, I'll tell you. And beautiful monastery. And when you go there, you see this footprint that was left behind by Padmasambhava in the rock that they've painted around to make it clearer. Padmasambhava or Guru Rinpoche also left a footprint behind at Chiu Gampa Cave. This is overlooking a place called Lake Mapam. He flew there with 500 arhats from the Venuvana Monastery in India, and this is the last place that he meditated at in 876 AD, and it was believed after this that he flew off to the land of the giants and established a pure land. This one doesn't look as exciting. Oh, and it also said he'd watch over the giants, which are obviously the Anunnaki, and make sure they didn't harm other beings. So this is kind of in a desert area. It's very dry. But this is what the monastery looks like when you go inside. And apparently this was built during Padmasambhava's time by Padmasambhava and his friends, and also this stone structure. And then you go up to this altar. And in front of the altar, down there at the bottom, are actual images that he created in the rock telekinetically, as you can see there. The statues I'm not so sure about, but those little rock slabs in front, that's what he was making. So in Chiyu Gampa, they have the footprint of Padmasambhava and the footprint of another guru, Nadrama, and a mani stone or wish-fulfilling stone that was brought up by Guru Rinpoche from Lake Mapam. And I talk a lot more about this in Gaiam TV. I have episodes on all this. This stone was believed to fulfill people's wishes if they took spiritual vows in front of it. Now this is where things really get interesting, because check this out. This is the only one he ever did. And remember, he had 6 fingers, so his feet are weird too. This is not a normal human footprint. There's something very unusual about the structure of that foot. Do you see what I'm saying? It almost looks like there's only 3 toes, and they're all really large. And notice also that the architecture of the bottom of the foot has this weird kind of crease in it, and it's almost like a Y shape. And then, over there on the right, you're actually seeing, and so this very well could be a toe that has 6, or this could be a foot that has 6 toes, and we're just not really able to see them clearly. But it's very clear that although it's human-like, it's not the same as our own feet. Notice also there's kind of an unusual curve in the shape of the foot, from the bottom to the top where the toes are. You look over on the right, and you see these little statues of stupas that he actually created in the rock. And they're all nestled in side by side. Another Padmasambhava footprint is found in India in a place called Nako. Again, a very beautiful area with water and trees. And now this is the one that we find there. This is the shrine. And when you look up close, you again see his footprint. And there's also a self-arisen image off there to the right. And people leave money behind, and it's a place for offerings to the monastery. So notice that the whole toe area is unusually wide compared to the heel, which is consistent with somebody having 6 toes instead of 5. Then at Sopema, we have another footprint that is left behind. So means lake, and Pema means the lotus. So it's Lotus Lake. Now this is where Padmasambhava found his wife at the end of his life. She was the daughter of the king, and he had Padmasambhava, she was very interested in his spiritual teaching, so he taught her what he knew, and she started to develop magic powers as well. The king got very upset by this and ordered him to be burnt alive. And the legend has it that after an entire week of him being in flames, that he emerged completely alive, and he looked younger. Now he looked like a 16-year-old young man. And he popped out from a lotus, which is some kind of manifestation that he created with his mind. The king was then very sorry, said, "Wow, you really are the real thing. Go ahead and marry my daughter." And the daughter was named Yeshi Tsogyal, and this is the actual lake where all this happened. You can still visit it today. It's still there. Very interesting. And then you can go up and see, as it says here, Guru Padmasambhava's footprint. So you walk in there, you see these butter lamps. They burn the butter with a wick in it. And then this is the footprint. This is probably the best looking one out of all of them. And they put gold paint around it. You notice on the right there, you also see a mandala that he mushed into the rock. This is a pretty darn good picture of it. And this one's even better, really nice and sharp. You can see the mandala. You can see the footprint. He just mushes it right in like a cookie cutter. And here's a close-up of the footprint. And this is what it looks like as you walk outside. Then we go to another place now in Nepal called Muktanath. Again, beautiful mountains, wonderful scenery, beautiful place to visit. It is kind of like a desert climate again. And then right here in Muktanath, he actually put 2 feet down at the same time, and you have 2 of Padmasambhava's footprints. So he's kind of like leaving us a trail of clues of all these places that he went. The next one is in Bhutan, which is also in that same area around Tibet, called Taksang. And Taksang is where Padmasambhava meditated for 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days, and 3 hours. The 333 concept comes up again. And it's the best known out of 13 Taksang or tiger lair caves in which he meditated. And this was a monastery that was built there in 1692 by Gyaltse Tenzin Robje, and it's become the cultural icon of Bhutan. This is one of the most incredibly beautiful monasteries in the whole world. There's a festival in March or April you can go to, but check this out. I mean, if you haven't ever seen it before, it's like, wow. It's built into the side of the mountain. Movies have sometimes showed it. There's these beautiful trees around, and it's called the Tiger's Lair. So Yeshit Sogyal, the former wife of the emperor, or the daughter of the emperor, rather, that's a misprint, former daughter of the emperor, became a disciple of his in Tibet. She transformed herself, the story goes, into a tigress. She became able to shapeshift, and they flew together from Tibet to Taksong. So they traveled here by air. And this was a place consecrated to tame the tiger demon. They were trying to work out their anger, so they probably fought a lot in this cave. And he performed meditation and emerged in 8 incarnated forms or manifestations. Now, this apparently is real. If you can get a look at that, that's amazing. Somebody climbed up the side of this mountain and did this incredible amount of carving into this very precarious shard of rock up there in that same area. That is really trippy. So here's the monastery from the ground looking up. You can see it's just built right into the side of the mountain. Here's another view of it. And again, you can see all these and more on Gaiam TV. I did a whole series of episodes on this. And it's just spectacularly beautiful place to go. In fact, we may use this location in my film, but I probably shouldn't say too much more about it. But it's a beautiful, beautiful place. And that's another painting of Padmasambhava you can see there. So then we have someone who is believed to be the reincarnation of Padmasambhava, who came along later and was at that same monastery, Tenzin Robje. He was believed to be his reincarnation, and that monastery you just saw was built by him in 1692. And he was seen inside and outside the cave at the same time, so that means he was bilocating. He could be in more than one place simultaneously. He was able to feed everyone who showed up, even if they had a small quantity of food. He could multiply the food with some sort of telekinesis. Despite that crazy, precarious trail to get up there, no one ever got injured going there. And he also could create a light show and project forms of animals and religious symbols in the sky for the people that visited. He also showed them a shower of flowers that would manifest in the air and vanish before they hit the earth. And again, why wouldn't this be real? If so many people witnessed this, and this is something that was really happening at this beautiful location, then why wouldn't it be true? Why would people all lie about something like this? And there's also some temples up there that you can meditate in, like this little place. There's very beautiful mountain view around it, as you can see here. And check out what it looks like when it's wintertime. Unbelievable. Snow-capped mountains. It's just gorgeous. Then we have another place called Chodrak Ganpa in Bhutan. I'm trying to get through these so you can see as much as possible in the time we have. It's on the northern ridge of Chum Valley, set against a sheer rock face again. You have to climb up for 1 hour to get there on a steep, steep climb. Padmasambhava apparently arrived here on a tigress and meditated there in the 8th century, and both he and Yeshit Sogyal left their footprints behind in the rocks. Then negative ETs apparently took over and had a camp there, and the whole place was abandoned from 1250 to the 18th century. So this does appear to be negative beings, extraterrestrials, that had lived there to try to sap up the energy. And it wasn't until this monk Nagwang Trinley exorcised the demon in the 18th century. So this was a war, a very real war. So this is another beautiful location. Check out these mountains. And there's the monastery, and there's the stupa in the monastery. There it is more up close. And here's one of the doors to get into the monastery. Now this appears to be self-arisen characters that Padmasambhava carved in with telekinesis into the side of the rock, giving that phrase that he has arrived, that he has achieved the rainbow body. And that's one of the footprints right there. And here's another one of the footprints. At Chodrak, we have the 5th Karmapa. He's one of the main leaders. And he also achieved rainbow body and was able to make his own footprint. Now he's got a normal foot. No 6 toes here. And then we head over to Vietnam, and we've got the center of Zen Buddhism. This is Ban Tan Men, or Ban Chan Tien. The Mountain of the Way is how it's translated. This is on a tourist location. You can go see it. And it's a huge statue of Buddha, and the footprint is nearby. It's 18 meters tall. And it's a museum relic of Ak Eo. There's 2 deep footprints that are pressed into the mountain of stone that's right nearby. So this is, first of all, the mountain that you go to, the structure. And then when you go up to the top, there's the footprint. So you can see the toes, you can see the shape of the foot. And then another Zen monastery, the actual name Zen is Thien, and we just pronounce it Zen, or Zen. That's where it comes from. Thich Nhat Hanh is the most well-known practitioner. He advocates mindfulness. This Zen Buddhism started in Vietnam in 580 AD, and the Indian monk Vinitaruchi traveled there after completing his studies, and he studied with the third Chan of Chinese, Sengcan. They only had one disciple, but this created a huge effect on Vietnam, and this is the origin of Zen Buddhism. And in Zen, they all wear yellow, as opposed to in Tibet where they wear blue and orange. So there's only a couple footprints in Zen Buddhism, so unfortunately they didn't seem to be as successful in getting people to do this as the Tibetans, but it's still a very useful practice. So then last but not least, I want to show you some more of these footprints from all over the world, because they don't only show up in Tibet. There was a French website I found, and this is the address, Maggie du Buddha, where there's multiple shots of footprints that I couldn't find anywhere else online. This is Guru Rinpoche's footprint near a place that's actually called Dzogchen. And you can see that the water is now draining out the bottom when it rains. And this is the area right near where it's found. They also feature, I featured in actually the Zigar Drukpa Kagyud Monastery. Just a beautiful place to visit again in that area. It's much more recent. They built it only recently. And there's also Zangdok Palri Palace, which is there. Again, a very beautiful place to go. Lots of colors. So another one that has some really cool stuff nearby with footprints and whatnot is in Tibet, called Mount Kailash. And this is a beautiful picture of that. And I'd love to go there. I mean, it looks a lot like Banff to me. There's a place in Banff that I visit that's like that. Lake Louise looks a lot like that. If you've ever been there, it's wonderful. There's a 24-hour webcam around that mountain? Well, I didn't know that. So, so the footprints of Padmasambhava and Yeshe Tsogyal are at that mountain, right near there. There's a temple you can go to, and this is what they look like. They've been touched by many, many people, and the hands have worn it down. It's kind of polished the stone. But they both left their footprints side by side. Another place is Yupeng, and this is actually, really don't have time to go through all this stuff because I don't want to get yanked off stage here. But these are 2 Tibetan towns that you can only get in by a donkey. They've only had electricity since last year, or 2013 thereabouts. This is a beautiful place, one of the best places to go apparently in Tibet. The mountains are just insane, as you can see here. And you'd be sleeping in this wonderful little wooden cabin. You can smell the wood. It's gorgeous. And when you're there, one of the things you get to see is the Pima Wangyal footprint, which is right here. And we also see this other footprint in Tibet called Lama Dorje Tsangwa. And there's that one. And we can get a closer look at it. We also have the footprint of Milarepa. And that's been painted gold. We also have the footprint of Jingten Sumgon at Drikung Gongpa. Another one. So then worldwide, we have them in France, and they're not actually that amazing, but there's one in France. You can kind of see it. One of the Catholic saints, Saint Dizier, created a footprint right here. There's a footprint in Normandy, and because they didn't know any better, they said it must have been made by the devil. So there's that Normandy footprint. Or in Turkey, they say, well, it must have been Satan. But it's a large foot. This is one of the giants, so they put all their money in there. In Ireland, we have the footprints of St. Patrick. Again, these people, once you become a saint, you realize you can do this. You can control matter. I can't really see that footprint very well, but apparently it's there, where his hand is. That's the discoloration. In Scotland, there's one called the footprint of Dunod. Again, it's a saint. That one's pretty darn clear. And even at Tinchingel Castle, you have King Arthur. Apparently King Arthur did it and left his footprint behind. If you go to Israel and Damascus, or Syria rather, you can find the footprint of Moses. Here it is. And at the Chapel of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, you have the footprint of Christ. This is believed to have actually been made by Jesus. But it actually is a little harder to see than a lot of the other ones. You can only kind of really see the one on the left. Another alleged footprint of Jesus is at the Chapel of the Ascension in Jerusalem. And you can kind of see it there. It's that discoloration, a little bit of divot in the rock over there on the left. The Sikh saint, Guru Nanak, created his handprint in the rock right here. Chingpu Kamiyama is another one of the Tibetans, and you actually can see the treads on his shoe in the footprint. And we also have Tulshuk Lingpa at the Sinan Monastery in India, another great footprint. And here's a guy standing above the footprint. And last but not least, we have these two other handprints from Tibetan Buddhism. This is one where you can see the fingertips were pushed into the rock more than the rest of the hand. And this is a woman who actually pushed her whole hand into the stone as well. So here's a book that I highly recommend you get for further research. It's cheap. There's lots of them out there. I got it online for like $1, but it's really good. If you get past the beginning, the first 20 or 30 pages are kind of introduction. But if you want to know more about Tibetan Buddhist meditation, get Rainbow Painting by this man, Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche. And here he is. And he wrote another book as well called Repeating the Words of the Buddha. But he was there in Tibet, and he leaked the science of this Tibetan Buddhist meditation and how to get there. So there's a lot more to explore here, but what I'd like to end with in the very short time that we have remaining is let's try to do a little toning. Let's do a little and get together with this so that we're all sharing in this energy as a collective group. So just to close it out now, we've had a lot of information here, a lot of really amazing stuff. I'd like you to close your eyes now and put both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath. And just let yourself relax. As you breathe in grace, breathe in beauty, breathe in life force. The very life force that fills your DNA, that can correct the mistakes in the fruit fly's eyes. Understand as you breathe deeply that the stress that you're going through is all part of an evolutionary curve, that we're all learning and growing, and we're all transforming ourselves through the love that we feel for one another and the love that we feel for ourselves. So keep breathing deeply and see if you can feel that cosmic consciousness, that true identity that we all share. That cosmic identity that is really who we are. Just breathe it in. And as you breathe the air, realize that you are the air. And that air is part of your identity. You'll notice that you feel light. You feel more and more alive. You're feeling a great blessing, a great wave of love. So relaxed, so much at peace now. Just letting yourself breathe. Is it possible all these things that we've been talking about are true? Is it possible that the rainbow body that happened in Tibet and all those footprints and handprints left behind is something that we will end up doing ourselves? Maybe so. And we know that this apparently is a natural evolutionary leap that we make as human beings. And we know that to get there, that we embrace the true nature of who we are as the universe. And we embrace the light. And we know that the universe is ultimately one consciousness, one mind, and that it has a sound. And by toning this sound, we are engaging our true self and living that true self. We can do this right now. So what I'd like everybody to do is breathe at different times. I don't want you all to breathe together. I want you to breathe different times so that you don't inhale at the same time as everyone else. I will set the pitch that we will follow, and we will all do this together. So everybody will do 5 long breaths, and my breaths are very long, so this will take a while. Here we go. Take a nice deep breath now. We're so grateful to have the opportunity to be present with this information, to understand that there is a path through the madness or the seeming apparent contradictions of our world, to understand that there are people out there looking after us and taking care of us, making sure that this planet will go the way it is supposed to go. We're so grateful for the opportunity to step into greater love and a greater level of human evolution. Whatever these changes are, whatever they have to be done, however that manifests itself, we understand this is the will of the Creator. It may take 100 years, it may be tomorrow. However it manifests, gradual or spontaneous, near or far, we're grateful to be alive. We're grateful for this life and the good times that we can share with one another. So with that said, I'd like you to stretch a little bit. Just take a nice deep breath. And when you're ready, I got one last thing I'd like us all to do. I'd like everybody to stand up. We're going to have a little audience participation exercise. And I'd like you to give your neighbor a handshake or a hug as you feel is appropriate to you. Share the love. Don't keep it all locked up inside. The book starts out with a very interesting discussion about hypnosis. And we're going to get into that in just a minute. Hypnosis being the idea that we're walking around in some sort of trance. And I will explain what I mean by that. The trance that we're walking around in is what we call reality. Because ultimately, the idea of the source field is a very unique concept. It's the idea that space, time, matter, energy, biology, is all being created by a universal consciousness. And that universal consciousness appears to have loving energy as its main attribute, as its main descriptor that we could use. So I propose that if this is the essence of the universe, if the universe is conscious, and everything in the universe is consciousness, then somehow the part of us that is the conscious mind must be only a small portion of what consciousness really is. And therefore, somehow we have been shielded from the truth. We've been shielded from the reality of who and what we really are. And so in a sense, it's as if we're walking around in a trance, a hypnotic trance. Now, of course, the classic hypnotist would swing a watch back and forth in order to induce hypnotic trance. But in the 1960s, they had it pretty much figured out. If you want to get somebody in a trance, let's say you're a guy and you're trying to hook up with a woman, you're trying to have sex, you use a cigar. It's a classic method. You smoke the cigar and you blow the smoke right in her face. And as it says here, blow in her face and she'll follow you anywhere. More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. And Santa Claus at some point graduated from pipe smoking up to cigarettes. So the next time it's Christmas morning and the kids are like, "Mommy, Daddy, what's that smell?" "Oh, that's just Santa Claus. He's puffing away while he's filling up your chimney. Don't worry about it. Filling up your stocking. No big deal. It's just Santa." So let's face it, you could get hit by a bus tomorrow, so go on, have a fag. That's what they used to call it, honestly, These advertisements that I showed you are advertisements that are intended to manipulate public opinion. They're actually hypnotic inductions. We have been given so many programs to think a certain way, to feel a certain way, to behave a certain way, and the advertisements just drill that into our head over and over again. And those advertisements are but a subset of a much greater hypnosis that is what we would consider common thinking. What do people think reality is? What's commonly accepted? What's considered common knowledge? Some people seem to be able to have telepathy, even telekinesis, very unusual, profound abilities. And the question keeps coming up, why do some people have this ability and others do not? And what is the source field? How do we access it? So over the course of this weekend, we're going to be answering that. And I touch on those questions in the book as well. One of the first real exposures that the mainstream had to hypnosis was the work of Dr. Cleve Baxter. Now, Dr. Cleve Baxter actually was working for the military and researching hypnosis on the side. And in the course of his research into hypnotic trance states, he actually took a very aggressive move. He hypnotized the secretary of the commanding general of the Counterintelligence Corps in December 1947. Now imagine this. He walks into her office. There were very few books to read on hypnosis back then. So he had just read everything he could on the subject. He'd already had success with this in college, but then he went on after college to go into the military as a result of Pearl Harbor. So as a result of his interest in hypnosis and having seen it work before, many times before, he actually got this secretary to take a highly classified document out of a folder and give it to him while she was under hypnosis. And then she comes out of hypnosis after he'd hidden the document away. And she had absolutely no memory of having taken the document. And she knew that he'd hypnotized him, but he had told her under hypnosis, "You will not be able to remember giving me this document at all." And there's some part of our mind that just obeys the command. If you're given a command while you're under hypnosis, this part of you just very blindly obeys. So obviously he was afraid that he could get a court-martial for this, but he wanted to impress upon the military the importance of hypnosis in terms of how it could be used for intelligence purposes including extracting information from personnel without their knowledge. Well, a letter came through very shortly after he submitted this whole experiment to the general, and the general estimated that this was of high value to military intelligence. A lot of stuff that happened with the CIA got started with Cleve Baxter. He was also the one who pioneered the methods for detecting polygraph in terms of how the skin electrical activity varies depending on whether you're telling the truth or telling a lie. Baxter found out that people who were lying would have a much higher amount of electrical activity on their skin. That was the basis of the polygraph. This brings us next to Harold Sherman. Now, he wrote a book called How to Make ESP Work for You. And that was in the late 1960s, and it was a very, very important book in my development. It was the first book I read when I was 7 years old, and I began practicing the exercises. So I was 37, just turned 38 when I finished source field investigation. So that's why I say that it literally was 30 years worth of research. Because one of the quotes that's in the book comes from this book I read by Harold Sherman when I was 7 years old. And he describes using hypnosis in a very, very unique way that we might not have realized. He's talking about a famous hypnotist named Dr. Thomas Garrett, who hypnotized the son of a famous playwright from Broadway. So this was a mainstream kid who was a high-profile person because of his father. He had a falling out with a fiancée who was going to a sorority at Wellesley College. They were going to get married. Something bad happened between them, and he thought that it was all over for good. He was really distraught about this, so he went to Dr. Thomas Garrett seeking hypnotherapy, seeking some sort of treatment for this. Now, here's the strange thing. Dr. Thomas Garrett had experience with hypnotizing people and telling them that under hypnosis they can fly, they can go anywhere they want, they can walk through walls, and it's no big deal. It's just a natural ability that we all have, as if when you're hypnotized, you're automatically having an out-of-body experience, having an astral projection. So this son of the Broadway playwright was instructed to go to the sorority building while he was hypnotized to visit his fiancée. And sure enough, he was able to go there. He was told that he could fly right through her door. And in fact, he did go right through the door. He then found her at her desk, and she was actually writing him a letter, hoping that they would be able to get back together and reconcile their engagement. He was so excited about this that it almost knocked him out of hypnosis. But Dr. Garrett was able to keep him calm enough so that he could look over her shoulder and read the letter that she was writing. So he dictated the letter word by word, and Dr. Thomas Garrett wrote down every single word that he said, exactly what the letter was. So the session finishes. He said, wow, wouldn't that be nice if that was true? It was pretty cool, because he was instructed to remember everything that happened in a post-hypnotic suggestion. Well, the next day, he gets a special delivery telegram, and the telegram is the exact same letter from his fiancée sent to him, and Dr. Thomas Garrett in his file had her letter and his original handwritten notes, and they were only off by a couple words. So he was literally able to read the letter that she wrote, word for word, dictated out loud. Thomas Garrett wrote it down. Now, this was done in like the 1930s. And so it seems that there is a deliberate suppression in place to keep this information from us. Here's another very fascinating piece of information. A remote viewing experiment that was done in China. Now, of course, remote viewing is the next logical extension of what I've just told you. Remote viewing would be taking that principle where you could have an out-of-body experience, go somewhere else, see something that's worthwhile information, and bring it back. They then, in the military, standardized this process to get it to the point where you could do it by yourself while you're conscious so that part of your mind is awake, part of your mind is asleep, and you're able to fly around and actually see these things out there in the world. Now, the Chinese were studying extra high functioning, or what they called EHF psychics, in a laboratory. And in this one particular remote viewing experiment, they were looking at a Chinese character, a complex Chinese character, while they were being under the influence of the remote viewing. They went to this one room where the character was, and they had to read which character was. They didn't even know what it was going to be. They didn't know if it was going to be a character or anything else. But here's the trick. The Chinese character was located in a room that was completely dark. There was no way that light could get into this room. But they had light sensors in the room. And what they found was that during the times that they accurately saw the target, they actually could read the Chinese character and figure out which one it was, surges of up to 15,000 photons showed up in that room. So now think about Thomas Garrett and the son of the Broadway playwright, and here's this guy floating into the sorority and seeing his girlfriend write the letter. He dictates the letter, it's 100% correct. The Chinese proved that there is actually a measurable energy that we give off when we are going out of body and going to these places. So that's a fascinating discovery, because what it reveals is that this astral body is not some fantasy. It's a real energetic presence that actually is giving off photons of light, measurable photons. So another very interesting thing with hypnosis is the idea of a post-hypnotic suggestion. Cleve Baxter, who I showed you before, would use post-hypnotic suggestion in front of large audiences. Specifically, what he would do in many cases is tell someone who was under hypnosis, when you come out of hypnosis, you will not be able to see me or hear me for a half an hour. I could be walking right in front of you, but you won't see or hear anything. It's like I don't even exist. Then he brings the guy out of hypnosis. Now, sure enough, the man comes out of trance, and the whole audience is laughing, but he can't see Baxter at all. Baxter's walking around, the guy doesn't see him at all. The craziest part was that Baxter actually picked up a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking, and blowing smoke clouds into the air. All the guy saw was the cigarette levitating, and smoke just pouring out of nothingness in the air. And he actually got really freaked out and wanted to run out of the room, and it was the audience calming him down that got him to stay. He had no idea that Baxter was there. But at exactly 30 minutes later, and people had timed this, all of a sudden he could see Baxter again like nothing was wrong. Now this guy's in a waking state of consciousness. He didn't think anything was different. When you're under post-hypnotic suggestions, you don't realize that anything about your reality is different. So how do we know that we're not under some kind of post-hypnotic suggestion right now? Now, just to push the envelope even further, there's an amazing story in the holographic universe by Michael Talbot, which is a story that he personally witnessed, in which a hypnotist hypnotized the father of a young girl. And under hypnosis, he told the father that he would not be able to see his own daughter or hear her whatsoever. Now, when he comes out of hypnosis under this post-hypnotic suggestion, before he's taken out of hypnosis, the hypnotist puts the daughter right in front of her father. So literally, her body is right in front of his face. He comes out of hypnosis and he's looking around the room and he cannot see her at all. He doesn't hear her giggling. Everybody else is really surprised by this. Then the hypnotist takes a pocket watch and actually pushes it into the small of her back. And He did it quickly enough that nobody in the room was able to see that it was a pocket watch. But then he said to the man who was under post-hypnotic suggestion, "Can you see what I have in my hand?" Now this man actually leaned forward and he's squinting. And sure enough, he was actually able to see that it was a pocket watch, and he was able to read the inscriptions on the pocket watch perfectly accurately, looking through the body of his daughter. Now again, bear in mind that while he was doing this, he appeared to be perfectly conscious. This part of us that's out there having out-of-body experiences, it's not like it only kicks on when you're hypnotized. This appears to be something that's going on all the time. We're just not normally aware of it. But this suggests that physical reality as we know it is much more plastic than we normally consider. Some people like to call it different frequencies or different vibrations. I know some scientists who really discourage the use of those terms, but one of the terms that we do use for this that seems to be more accurate is a density. That there could be different densities of the source field. The source field, of course, as I said, ultimately being consciousness and being the author of reality, being the author of physical matter, an intelligence that creates physical matter. So if you are given the right post-hypnotic suggestion, it appears that you can see right through physical matter. Physical matter exists at a certain density in which it appears to be solid to us, but there are other levels in which it is not solid, and under the right suggestion, it's no longer that much of an obstacle. So, how do we see through that veil? If physical matter is only one frequency or one density, then what is the secret that's going to allow us to get through that veil? That's one of the big questions that I address in the source field investigations and at these weekend conferences, of which this is just the beginning of a huge adventure that we're going to be doing. I propose that we already do have an astral body that's floating around and living in the source field. So the question, do we have an astral body? Absolutely yes. There's so much evidence for that, and we're going to go through a lot of that over the course of the weekend. And I believe that that part of us that's out there floating around doesn't just send photons to the area we're looking at. Now remember, the Chinese said in their research that when the subject was accurately remote viewing the target, up to 15,000 photons burst into the room all at once. So it appears that we can send photons into a particular area that we're viewing with our mind. So why couldn't we take photons out of that area and bring them back to our mind as well? If we can send photons out, it should be a two-way circuit. I'm going to talk about that two-way circuit a little bit later. In other words, I'm saying you could actually be floating around in your astral body, seeing things with what appears to be your eyes, although the question of whether you even have eyes in the astral body or whether it's just an energy body is an interesting question. But let's say you're looking at something and that something is giving off photons and you capture it into your energy field and you can somehow send it back to your mind. This is exactly what I believe is happening. Before we go there, though, I want to talk a little bit about non-local mind. This is another very, very fascinating discussion. Because when you get into the idea of the source field, the idea that all physical matter, all space, all time, and in fact biological life is all part of a consciousness, then your mind would be the gateway. Your mind would be the access point for that infinite consciousness. This changes the whole idea of what thoughts would actually be. We're conditioned to think that thoughts occur in the mind as just something that emerges from the result of electrical activity in the brain. What if thoughts do not simply occur in the mind? What if thoughts are like satellite TV signals? Because as we're sitting in the room right now, we're being bombarded with satellite television, broadband internet, movies, satellite radio, cell phone conversations. Up until recently, it would have been broadcast television, but now that's all gone into the digital spectrum. The point is, even radio waves from a radio station, there's all this electromagnetic information that's going on around us right now. And we totally accept that. But what we don't ask ourselves is, do thoughts work that way? Could the brain, could the mind somehow be able to tune into the source field, tune into these thoughts that are out there energetically, and actually pull them in and give us a direct access to what's going on in the source field? And do we share consciousness? Do we share a mind with others? Well, going all the way back to 1983, some very, very groundbreaking research was done by Doctors William Broad and Marilyn Schlitz. They were specifically investigating a branch of remote viewing called remote influencing. Now, in remote influencing, the idea is that you try to affect other people's thoughts with your own mind. And they were trying to look at it not in terms of any negative thing or voodoo thing, like, ooh, let's see if we can get somebody to do something bad or hurt themselves or hurt somebody else. They were actually trying to look for positive ways to use this. So, for example, they found out that if participants came in for this particular study who had a high degree of anxiety, and they put them in a room, and then they went into another room, and the person in there doesn't know that anything's going on. They measure the anxiety level of that person. And then at a random time, with nothing else different, they spontaneously start trying to influence that person to make them calm down and be less anxious. And sure enough, as they did that, the person's own anxiety scores remarkably increased. And in case there's a skeptic watching this on the internet, yes, they actually measured it with physiological indicators. Heart rate went down, respiratory rate went down, and galvanic skin response, which is the electrical activity on your skin, like on the lie detector test. All of those physiological signals actually changed just by them remote influencing this person somewhere else. It doesn't mean that they handed him a magazine and he reads the magazine and then he calms down. Because as I said, they left him in there for a while and they measured the anxiety score and it stayed at a certain level, and it wasn't until they did the remote influencing that the anxiety changed. Now the next study is even more fascinating because they gave people tests to see how well they could concentrate. And they found that through remote influencing, they could actually improve people's ability to concentrate. You literally can have someone else do the thinking for you. They join with your mind, and you become more effective at thinking. Now, somebody can say, okay, well, maybe we have an ability to calm people down, and maybe because you calm down, that made you think better. But it can't be that there's any real information other than this general calming effect that could be transmitted. And that's not true either. In science, there is a documented phenomenon called the multiples effect. Now, the phenomenon of multiples was cataloged as having occurred 148 times by 1922. Now, what is multiples? Multiples refers to different scientists who are isolated from each other, who are not reading about each other's work, independently coming up with exactly the same discoveries at almost exactly the same time. And I'm just going to give you a few examples. Calculus was discovered independently by more than one scientist at a time. The theory of evolution wasn't just Darwin. There was other scientists working on it at the same time. Decimal fractions. The discovery of the oxygen molecule. The discovery of color photography. The discovery of logarithms. The discovery of sunspots in the 1600s. The discovery of the law of conservation of energy. 6 different people simultaneously invented the thermometer, each of whom thinking that they discovered it themselves and that they deserve the credit for it. 9 different people independently discovered the telescope at the same time, and all wanted to be credited with the discovery. multiple individuals invented a typewriter at the same time, and 5 different people invented the steamboat at the same time. So what I'm telling you is that as we're working on these problems, as our mind is trying to solve something, and we start to have new insights, it's as if those insights are actually creating an informational field, a code that goes into this global mind that we're all sharing, and other people can access that information directly. Now, in the book, I also cite a paper from Sperry Andrews, which is actually a proposal to talk about things like this on television. And he requested something like $711,000 to finance these television programs, and he hasn't been able to get the financing, which I find astonishing, because this information is so groundbreaking, it deserves to be seen and heard by everyone. In his proposal, he includes the fact that there are over 500 studies, scientifically controlled, proving that consciousness affects biological systems as well as electrical systems. Now, the overall likelihood that this could be some sort of chance, that there could be any other explanation for why this is working other than that we all share consciousness, that we're all psychic, is less than 1 chance in a trillion. That should get some attention. I mean, at this point, we have to surrender the skepticism. And again, in the book, I bury you with data. There are so many references. I'm only giving the slightest little hints of each thing because it just goes on and on and on. But I've given you some of the most interesting ones. Scientific multiples is a wonderful example. 148 different cases by 1922. But the shared mind effect that I find the most fascinating and the most important for everyone to know today would be what I call the meditation effect. The meditation effect was proposed and tested by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, the same Maharishi who the Beatles went to visit in the late 1960s. That's how he got so popular in the first place. The Maharishi was of the belief that if you got square root of 1% of the world's population together in one room, that those people, if they meditated, could have an effect upon everyone in the world. So sure enough, what they found with the Maharishi, or what I call the meditation effect, is that 7,000 people meditating together caused a 72% reduction in terrorism around the world. Now, how does this work? What I'm trying to say here is that the thoughts of violence were influenced to a very disproportionate level by thoughts of love, peace, and harmony. The people who were going through this meditative practice were reaching a state they called pure consciousness, which means that your mind is uplifted, you feel extremely blissful and extremely at peace. And in that state of consciousness, there appears to be some sort of radiant effect that goes through everyone's mind on earth, so that your emotional feeling is actually not just a private event. The way you feel in your mind and in your heart is influenced by the world to such an extent that 3 out of 4 people worldwide decided not to pick up that gun and commit an act of violence, not to blow up that suitcase bomb, not to crash that plane, not to dive in through the wall, or whatever it is that they want to do to cause mayhem and chaos. So think about that the next time that you start feeling stress, anger, concern, worry, etc. It's a good habit to get into the practice of asking, is this mine or someone else's? And there are many, many studies in the book, for example, from the Institute of Heart Math, showing that if you live next door to someone else, that you actually will synchronize brainwave patterns, heart rate, respiratory rate, and even galvanic skin response. The person who you might not ever speak to, well, I live in Los Angeles, so I can speak from personal experience, right? When I lived in Santa Monica, there were people living right next door to me. I didn't know who they were. I saw them occasionally, but they're only 20 or 30 feet away. You think the source field is interrupted by those walls? No. The source field goes right through the wall. Now, here's the cool part, though. Whoever had more coherence in their brain waves, heart rate, respiratory rate, and galvanic skin response won out over the other person. So the loving energy, the loving consciousness superseded the negative consciousness. And obviously in the meditation effect, it has a worldwide effect. Just a small group of people getting together and working on this can have a disproportionate effect on how everyone thinks and feels. And that is an astonishing fact. It's been proven in over 39 different studies. And again, the odds are at billions to 1 against chance that anything else could have been responsible. They ruled out weekends, weather, police and crime activities. They ruled out government changes, everything. The only thing that caused this was people meditating. So this brings us to the pineal gland, something that I talked about in my other video, 2012 Enigma, which I never would have imagined that by December 1st, 2008, that video was #1 most viewed on Google for that day. It was an astonishing thing that happened. And it's done a lot of good that it got so popular. But I do talk about the pineal gland at some length in that video. And here I want to talk about the pineal gland specifically as the center in the brain, the physiological center that is the access point between your astral body that's out there floating around and the physical body. Now, let's say you're trying to solve this scientific problem and you're trying to discover calculus, or you're trying to discover decimal fractions, or you're trying to discover color photography, and you're working on the problem. I believe that you have this astral body that's actually going around and looking for people who are working on the same problem in the source field. And when you see somebody else who's working on it, you're spying on them. And you'd probably be giving off photons in the room where that person was. But it also appears that you have direct access to the actual information of their thoughts, that you can actually pick up from a universal data bank, or at least in a worldwide data bank, the same information that they already have. So the pineal gland, according to many, many different ancient traditions, appears to be the main access point between that astral body and the physical body. It's the physiological center that determines how psychic information gets in. As you can see here, it's in the middle of the brain, and it is shaped like a pine cone. If you look there on the right, that's a drawing of what the pineal gland looks like. It's actually upside down from where it really is in the brain. But it is a small gland. It's about the shape of a pea. It has kind of a reddish, purplish color inside the brain. And there's some interesting things about it, because when you look at these ancient traditions, we find many, many different traditions giving pine cone type examples in their literature. Now, first of all, we go to Babylon. Babylon has the legend of the primitive mountain. It is said to be the location on earth where the gods contact humanity. In sculptures of the so-called primitive mountain, it's shaped much like a pine cone or the idea of the pineal gland. When we go into Babylonian art, we see sculptures of the god Tammuz actually holding a pine cone in his hand, as if this is a very important tool that he's using in his work, which may well be psychic. In Egypt, we have the Ben stone. Stones are often used to depict the pineal gland. You can clearly see in this image that the stone is shaped like the pineal gland. There are 2 serpents coming at it on either side. Those serpents are called the Uraeus, and they represent the Kundalini energy, which is believed to be coming up from the root chakra through the 33 vertebrae into the brain. And number 33, that sounds familiar, 33 vertebrae. Well, one of the things I have in the book is a quotation from Manly Palmer Hall saying that the 33 degrees of Freemasonry actually correspond to the 33 vertebrae in the spine, and that the goal of Masonry is to get the adept to awaken the pineal gland. But as we're going to see, it's not just Masonry that's doing this. It's major world religions of all different varieties So many of them keep giving us the same metaphor. The Egyptian metaphor is also interesting because you'll notice on either side of that Ben stone are two birds. Those birds are called Bennu. But when the Bennu was translated into Greek, the word got changed to phoenix. So the phoenix is obviously the bird that dies and is reborn. It is consumed in flames, it collapses to ash, and then it is reborn out of the flames. So it appears that this is the pineal gland and that there's a message here about this sort of astral body that's going out there, flying around. It's dying and reborn. When you go into your out-of-body experience, you're flying around in this other form. But then it dies when you come back to your physical body, only to be reborn when you have another out-of-body experience later on. In Egyptian mythology, the staff of Osiris, and we're going to meet him in a little bit here, has a pine cone on the top with the two uraeus serpents intertwining up towards it. Again, this represents the Kundalini spiral, and those two serpents twining together, according to many scholars who are sort of on the fringe, also could represent the DNA molecule. When they spiral together, it looks like the double helix. When we see this image of King Tut, one of the gods on earth, we see the uraeus serpents coming out of his forehead, where the pineal gland is located. The Hindu god Shiva, and I have to apologize to the internet community, I've had about 580 emails telling me it's not a goddess, it's a guy, all right? Now, when I looked at this image the first time, I said, okay, that's a pretty hot-looking babe. So, you know, I'm not gay, but let's say if that person walked up to me, started hitting on me, maybe I could be coerced. I don't know. Dude looks like a lady. That's all I'm saying, okay? So I apologize to the world that I said Shiva was a woman, because Shiva is a dude. He's just a very, very effeminate dude who wears mascara, eyeliner, has long hair, and looks hot. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So this man has this interesting hair which is stylized to look like the pineal gland. It's very obvious when you look at the image. And he has the uraeus serpents wrapped around his neck, and he has the bindi, or the third eye symbol, in between the eyebrows. Now remember, we've already gone through Babylonian tradition, Egyptian tradition. Now we're into Hinduism, which is a geographically isolated culture with exactly the same symbols. Well, now we're going over to Mesoamerica, clear on the other side of the world, and here it is again. This is Viracocha. This is the Mayan god who is the lord of the underworld. And what we're seeing is a very complex image in this sculpture where he is emerging in his face from the mouth of a serpent. The serpent, according to various scholars like John Major Jenkins, represents the galaxy, and specifically he believes there's a lot of Mayan art that says that at the end of this Mayan calendar cycle, that the ecliptic plane of the Earth, the tilt of the Earth, aligns with the center of the galaxy. It's actually perfect around 1998, but it's pretty close to 2012. So that's one of the things we have. But if you look at this image, the coils of the serpent appear to look like the pineal gland. Very, very similar. And what's even more interesting, which I don't know if you're going to be able to see it too well here, is that he has this necklace around the serpent's tongue. It's as if he's wearing a necklace, and many of the parts of the necklace appear to be pine cones with energy waves streaming into them. And I have a great picture of this in the book. We did a line art illustration of this in the book. So he's literally wearing this big necklace full of little pineal glands with energy waves shooting into them, and the whole entire structure he's in looks like a pineal gland. And of course, this was a white-skinned god in an area in which no one else had white skin. Very interesting fact. Here's another image from Mesoamerica of a sculpture in which pine cones are very prominently illustrated. Another very interesting flagging of the pineal gland, and there are others. Teotihuacan's temple has pine cones all over the place, which might be corn, but it looks an awful lot like a pine cone. It doesn't really look like corn. Now we move on into Greek tradition. They have the omphalos stone, as you see here, a very clear illustration of a pineal gland. And it is believed that the omphalos, again, is where the gods first land when they come to humanity. And it was also used by the oracles to be in contact with the gods. So the legend of the omphalos is that it is a stone that allows you to contact the gods directly. And of course, it also is symbolic of the pineal gland inside the brain, which would do the same thing. Dionysus, the Greek god of death and rebirth, also has the pine cone on the end of his staff, as you saw before. Bacchus is what he got named when he goes into Roman tradition, and he kind of gets shifted around a little bit into the god of drunkenness and revelry. But once again, it's the pineal gland, the pine cone on the top of his staff. Now we're going to go into a whole other area. We've already hit off Babylon, Hinduism, Egypt, Mesoamerica. Now we're going into Asia, and we're looking at Buddhism. And Buddha's hair is stylized like a pineal gland, just like we saw with the god Shiva. And he also has the bindi, the third eye, once again. You go over to Ireland, another geographically isolated region, and they have this Turo stone, which again is shaped just like everything else, the pineal gland, and it appears to have flickering stylized flames across its surface. Now there are many, many coins that have been minted that have images of the omphalos or the pineal gland stylized as a stone, and there's many of them to choose from. I'm just going to give you a couple. This one is from Greece, and it actually has the Uraeus serpent surrounding the omphalos, which is that which contacts the gods. Roman tradition has many, many pictures of this same stone, except in Roman tradition, it gets renamed from omphalos to betel. And it's a little funny because the AE is kind of pronounced E, so it's more like beetle. Now, interestingly enough, this appears to be the derivative of Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus. The birthplace of Jesus, the Christ consciousness, it's a metaphor through the betel in the mind, through the pineal gland. That's how the Christ consciousness is awakened. And here on a Roman coin, we have the eagle symbolizing the phoenix, the Bennu bird, when you go back to the Egyptian sculpture, and the Egyptian painting I showed you. The Bennu bird is here the eagle, not the phoenix, and he's poised on top of that betel stone. Well, the Romans also did something else very interesting with the betel stone. This is all historically documented. I'm not making this up. They stylized the betel stone as if it were a pyramid. Now that's interesting. The betel became a pyramid. And if you look there on the bottom, one of those pyramids has a capstone on it. There's a clear line of demarcation, and the top is a capstone. And on the other side of many of these coins would be the winged god. And in another example, we have a Roman coin with the betel on one side and the eagle on the other. Now, if this is all starting to sound curiously familiar, you're right. Because the Great Seal of the United States has the eagle on one side, and then it has the pyramid on the other. Just like we see in Roman coins. The eagle is another symbol of the gods, which in some cases they actually drew the gods. The betel, the third eye, the pineal gland, got stylized to become a stone and then became a pyramid with the capstone on it. But this is a Roman coin that's now reiterated on American currency. So what's going on here? That third eye on top of the pyramid could very well be the third eye in the brain. Could be the opened pineal gland. So is there a hidden message in this symbol? I'm going to get into that very soon. So all this Roman tradition, I'm showing you Greek coins, Roman coins, it's very clear that there's been this pineal gland tradition that stayed true for long periods of time. And of course, you remember me talking in the 2012 Enigma about the Vatican, which has this court of the pine cone, this massive bronze sculpture. One of the largest sculptures in the Vatican is a big, gigantic pine cone. And look at those birds on either side of the pine cone. Those are the Bennu birds, the Egyptian phoenix birds, symbolizing the transmutation of the soul that is possible when you awaken your pineal gland. And they have the open sarcophagus in front of that pine cone, which symbolizes a time where there will be no more death. You can clearly see someone posing in front of this sculpture, how massive in size it is. And of course, along the bottom, we have these two Egyptian-style Sphinx-type lions who are lying on top of a pedestal that has Egyptian hieroglyphics on it. So for this to be seen in the Vatican should be scandalous, but nobody seems to look at it any differently. Now here's something new. This is a sculpture, a photograph of a sculpture that is in the Court of the Pine Cone. If you look on the right, you see a big hollow space inside the building, and inside that hollow space is the pineal gland sculpture, the Court of the Pine Cone. There's the bronze pine cone, right? But then to the left, in the middle of the court, is this massive bronze sculpture. Look at the people standing around it. You can see it's like 3 times the height of a person. It's massive in size. And it looks like an eye. But there's something interesting about this eye, isn't there? It's got a vertically slit pupil. It's a reptilian eye. Well, that's kind of interesting. Now here it is up close. You can see what appears to be all this machinery inside of it, as if it's the gears of the cosmos turning. There's a lot of things that are suggested by this sculpture. It includes the idea of bodies in collision, perhaps ancient times where planets collided with other planets, maybe making what we now know as the asteroid belt, which is apparently one of the legends that the gods had, is what's the real nature of the asteroid belt. But you also see what appears to be the gears on the interior sphere are at a 90-degree angle to the gears on the exterior sphere. Now, why would that be significant? Well, in all these hyperdimensional physics models in which you look into higher dimensions, they always say that the higher dimensions are at a 90-degree right angle turn away from the dimensions in our reality. Now, that's obviously ludicrous, because you can go anywhere in space you want, make a right angle turn, you're still going to be in space. You're not going to suddenly wink off into a higher dimension. But that's the prevailing model, and that appears to be part of what this is intended to tell you. Your pineal gland is a gateway to higher dimensions that you access with your consciousness. In the Vatican, you have these obelisks with the Christian crucifix apologetically included at the top. So they're clearly borrowing from these ancient Egyptian mythologies, showing that there's an obsession with this stuff, right on up through the staff that the Pope himself is holding, which has an unambiguous pine cone right above the part where his hand is and below the part where Jesus is, representing again the Christ consciousness. And Jesus is on a tree, representing the world tree, this consciousness field that we're all a part of, all the branches of the tree connecting everyone's minds together and connecting us out to the universe. Well, that pine cone seems to symbolize the Pope's mind being in direct contact with that Christed awareness, with that higher consciousness. And even in the Bible, just so that Christians don't feel left out, there are some absolutely obvious quotes from Jesus that clearly indicate that he was aware of the pineal gland and how important it is to any spiritual path, including the positive, loving awakening of consciousness that he was trying to teach us. In the book of Matthew, Jesus says, "The light of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye be single, your whole body shall be full of light." And that's chapter 6, verse 22 in the book of Matthew. If your eye be single, your whole body shall be full of light. It doesn't mean that you got to poke one of your eyes out in order to become psychic. It's saying that when your pineal gland opens, your body becomes enlightened and aware. Jesus always was speaking in parables, so this is a hidden metaphor for the pineal gland. Well, let's not leave out Islam, the Muslims. Here is an illustration of Mecca and this building that you see with massive numbers of people around it in the middle of a pilgrimage. Now, the building is normally covered by black curtains, as you see here.
Occasionally what they do during these pilgrimages is they will actually lift up the curtain, which is a very interesting symbolic metaphor for the awakening of the psychic mind, the awakening of the consciousness of the adept, peeling away the veil. Well, do they go any further than that with the metaphor? Absolutely. What you're seeing now is a cutaway diagram of what's actually inside that building. Okay, well, it just looks like there's a tile floor, not too much to see, 3 pillars. That's all fine and good. And there could be all kinds of symbolism there. But specifically what I'm interested in is at the very bottom of this illustration. If you look carefully on this illustration, you can see at the very bottom that there is what appears to be an eye, but it's tilted vertically. Inside this metal sculpture is the Kaaba stone, the actual piece of black stone that is believed to be an extraterrestrial artifact in Islam. And people go up on their pilgrimage and they kiss the stone. The holster apparently was built around it in order to keep the pieces from falling apart because the stone actually cracked. The whole reason why everybody goes to Mecca is they circumambulate around this building, meaning they walk around it in circles, they go up to the stone and they kiss the stone. And as you can very clearly see, it is a stylized third eye, clearly indicating that the Arabs also believed that the trick to Muhammad's abilities, to Jesus' abilities, Jesus is seen as a master teacher in Islam, is the awakening of the pineal gland. But you're only going to get this in advanced Islamic mysticism like the Sufism tradition. That's where they get into the pineal gland awakening. And of course, the Freemasons also borrowed from Sufism, which is why when you get up to the 32nd, 33rd degrees, you become a Shriner, and they have those funny little fez caps on. And the fez cap is taken right out of Sufism. So this legend of the pineal gland is worldwide. It's infused through all these different religions, all these different traditions keep showing us the same thing. Now, how does this actually work inside the brain? The trick to understanding the pineal gland is to realize it's not just a chunk of flesh. It's mostly hollow. And inside that hollow area is water floating around. Then the interior tissue that the water is connected to has little cells that are called pinealocytes. And the pinealocytes appear to be almost exactly the same as the rods and cones in the retina of the eye. In the book, I have hardcore mainstream science studies one after another analyzing these pinealocytes, saying that they look like the rods and cones in the retina, and breaking it down as well, because it turns out that the pineal gland is wired into the visual cortex of the brain just like the eyeball. They actually call it a phototransduction cascade. So what's the big deal with the water? I mean, if you have this retina inside your mind, it's wired up like an eye, it has retinal tissue, what the heck is it looking at? Well, it appears that there's crystals in the water, and then darkness activates some sort of electromagnetic shield around that water, which then allows it to open itself to the source field. So, when you get this electromagnetic activity, and I'm going to explain all this as we go on, the electromagnetic activity as your pineal gland fires up, you'll feel this pressure, this buzzing sensation like a tone or an acceleration in your head. If you read books about people doing out-of-body work, it's often said that they have this sudden cracking sound in their head as they go out of body. A very loud, something like that. Sorry, that's really loud. But that pressure, that feeling like there's a sound in your mind, appears to be this electromagnetic shield firing up in the brain, shielding off the radio waves and all the conventional electromagnetic signals from our reality. And without those signals getting in the way, the source field can bleed its way through. And in that source field, time is non-local. Remember, I said the source field creates space, time, matter, energy, and biology. So when you go into the source field, you have three-dimensional time. Time is no longer local, it's no longer linear, it's non-local and non-linear. You can jump around in time. And that's a discussion I got into in 2012 Enigma, and it's a discussion that I go into great detail about in the book with amazing, voluminous new information about this three-dimensional parallel reality that intersperses with our own reality all the time. Water appears to be the key. The water that's floating in the pineal gland is one of the main things that is able to flip-flop back and forth from our reality to a parallel reality. And I explain how that flip-flopping is possible in the book. And we're going to do it throughout this weekend in the conference that you guys are here to see. Then this inner retina is recording visual images that are coming in from whatever this water is doing. That seems to be the mechanism. The water is shielded off, and that automatically happens when you go to sleep. Every time you go to sleep, that pineal gland fires up, and then you actually have dreams which appear to be in a whole other reality. I have multiple studies in the book showing people having shared dreaming realities, clear examples time and again that the place that you go when you're remote viewing or when you're out of body or when you're dreaming is a real place. Also the place of ghosts. Ghosts or apparitions. There's a case of somebody that Raymond Moody talks about dying in the operating room, visiting their loved ones out of body. The loved one actually sees them as a ghost. They have a conversation. The person is then resuscitated, and they both remember the same conversation. So you were alive, but dead, and then while you're dead, you go visit somebody else, and they can see you, and you look just like a ghost. That's your existence in the source field. So if you're out there looking at things in your astral body, maybe somehow you're capturing those photons and bringing them back to the physical body. This brings us to this concept of DMT. Dr. Rick Strassman, of course, wrote the book DMT, the Spirit Molecule, a doctor's revolutionary research into the biology of near-death and mystical experiences. There's been a lot of intrigue around the idea of DMT. Why does it work? Why do all these shamanic potions seem to have so much of this chemical in them? Dr. Rick Strassman cites a lot of evidence in this book that the main point where DMT is synthesized in the body is the pineal gland. It has all the right receptors, all the right enzymes, all the right chemical catalysts, and we know that it has melatonin in it, and there's only a couple short chemical shifts that you have to make from melatonin to get DMT. Well, the problem is that DMT degrades so quickly that nobody's been able to autopsy a dead body fast enough to find DMT in the pineal gland, because it breaks down in just a few minutes. But this brings us to Nick Sand, who is the son of one of the scientists who worked on the Manhattan Project, which created nuclear bombs. Now, Nick Sand is personally responsible for manufacturing over 250 million doses of LSD. He was the main guy responsible for creating almost all of the acid that was being taken at Haight-Ashbury, San Francisco in the 1960s. He was the Pied Piper of LSD for sure. He got caught for it. He was given a 15-year jail sentence. He evaded it for some 23 years. He finally turned himself in 1996. He served a 4-year sentence and got out in 2000. Now, that's all documented. He did his time. But while he was still at large, before he ever even got arrested, and he was out there synthesizing everybody's acid, he also synthesized DMT in the lab. And this is a direct quote from this Erowid Vault website. EROWID is the website. And I quote this in the book. Here's the thing that happened. He found that DMT had full color lighting effects on a very interesting level. Here's what happened. This is a quote from Erowid now. When hardened DMT that had collected in a tray after he synthesized it was being chipped out with a hammer and a screwdriver in a room that was brightly lit, the blows emitted massive amounts of colored light. So imagine this room is brightly lit. Imagine that I'm standing here and I have this tray and I hit it with a hammer, and then you're seeing red, and then you see blue, and then you see green and yellow. And it's bright enough that it's like, wow, it really lights up the room. That's what they're saying here. But what was doing that was DMT. Now, what's the property of that? Well, if you ever had a cigarette lighter and you push the button down, it goes click, and then you see that spark. Do you know what that click is? Do you know how that spark is made? It's a crystal inside that's compressed. And through a process called piezoluminescence, The crystal, as it's compressed, those molecules release this burst of light, which releases photons. That's called piezoluminescence. That's how you get the spark that lights your cigarette. The same thing's been done with crystal radios. That's a piezoelectric crystal. The crystal actually is responding to electromagnetic waves, which are radio waves, and it actually vibrates in those waves, and you can pick it up. That's how they were able to make radios that don't require any electrical power. The electromagnetic frequencies of radio waves make that crystal vibrate, and then you can listen to it and pick up the radio. And depending on how tightly you compress the crystal determines what radio stations you'll get. Because as you tighten the pressure on the rock, it actually, the molecular distance narrows, and then it tunes into different frequencies of the radio spectrum. But here what we're seeing not only is piezoluminescence, but piezochromatism, which means that the photons the crystal gives off when it's compressed, in this case by hitting it with a screwdriver, actually change color. So if you wanted to have a nanotechnology projector, like what I'm using right now, but on a quantum level, if you wanted to get a full color image on a quantum level, you would need piezochromatic crystals to do that. You'd need crystals that when they're compressed, depending on how you compress them, release different colors, so you can actually get a full color image. That's what I'm actually saying is going on. The pineal gland has DMT crystals, calcite crystals, and other crystals that are floating around in that water, and they appear to be piezochromatic, meaning that as they're compressed by energy fields, they give off colors of light, different colors, a full color image, ultimately. When you shield off the electromagnetic signals going into your pineal gland by that energy firing up, the source field, which is just as energetic as electromagnetic energy, it's the same basic substrate, it's actually what gives rise to electromagnetic energy. The source field is able to vibrate those crystals and release the photons of whatever your astral body is seeing. So literally what I'm saying is that as your astral body is out there floating around looking at things, you pick up those photons, you send them back to your pineal gland, and then it vibrates those crystals and gets caught by the retinal tissue and fired into the visual cortex of the brain. This is explained by the idea of the silver cord. Many people, when they go out of body, claim to be seeing a silver cord that is connecting their astral body to their physical body. The vast majority of these reports say that the cord is connected at the exact location where the pineal gland would be, in the middle of the eyebrows or at the back of the head. And it's in the same location in your astral body. So what if this silver cord is actually a traversable wormhole? What if it is literally a stargate connecting your physical body to your astral body so that in your astral body you're looking at photons, and you could be sending photons through that cord out to where you're looking. Remember the Chinese remote viewing experiment? They saw photons appearing in the room. The photons are captured by your astral body. They shoot through the silver cord. They go into your pineal gland. And then, of course, it picks it up. So the key, again, is to shield yourself off from the conventional electromagnetic fields that are all around us most of the time. It's important to realize, too, that the water inside your pineal gland is the trick. If you don't have the water fully flowing, then calcium is going to build up because the pineal gland is not protected by the blood-brain barrier. So that calcification can actually grab onto the DMT crystals, the calcite crystals, and this has all been documented. Believe me, I'm not making this up. It's all in the book. The calcification can get so extreme, as you see here, that almost the entire pineal gland is just a bony lump that actually shows up on x-rays and allows them to figure out if you have a brain tumor, because the tumor pushes the brain off to one side and the bony lump actually moves. So look, you don't want this to happen. And the trick to making sure this doesn't happen is making sure that you're having a pure diet. There are so many things in our Western dietary system that calcify the pineal gland and will make you much less psychic. And that includes, the biggest offenders would be refined sugar, white flour, fried food, and factory-raised meat. If you can eat ethically raised organic meat, or none at all, but a little meat is good. If you can have, specifically fish would be like the best pineal gland activating meat to have. Organic fruits, organic vegetables, lots of fresh, clean water. Specifically, the best kind of water would be reverse osmosis. You want to get those minerals out of your body. You got to give your body a chance to decalcify. And the more organic and raw food you can eat, the faster that's going to work. Whereas all these other foods, like white flour, which is in everything, pasta, bread, that's going to calcify your pineal gland and make you notably less psychic. And if your pineal gland gets really, really calcified, it's related to anxiety disorders, mood disorders, schizophrenia. It's even related to tremors like multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's disease. All are correlated with a calcified pineal gland, as I reveal in the book. So I don't think that this information has remained obscure. I believe that the reason why you see the Great Seal of the United States on the back of the dollar with that third eye in the triangle on top, the reason why that's there is because they know about this. And you even see it here in this poster from the Da Vinci Code, the triangle around her eye. It's the same thing. Well, the source field is directly related to biology, and this is how we launch off into understanding these ancient prophecies of the dollar bill and everything else, which I'm going to get into that. We see now that we are actually emerging from the source field, that life is an emergent phenomenon that comes directly out of the basic laws of quantum physics. This was discovered very recently, just as the book was going to print. I'm so glad that I was a slacker and didn't get the book done on time, because as a result, I was able to get this study into the book, so important, from Dr. Luc Montagnier. Here he is in his lab, Nobel Prize-winning scientist who did this discovery, as you see in this headline, can our DNA electromagnetically teleport itself? One researcher thinks so. And if you read the bottom, it says, Nobel Prize winner Luc Montagnier describes a phenomenon in which DNA emits electromagnetic signals of its own construction, ghost DNA that can be mistaken by enzymes as the real deal and replicated in another place. Essentially, it's DNA teleportation. Now, this was all over the place. It was all over the science journals and everything. What you're seeing here is the actual picture in the middle describing how this was done. I like this image of him because here he's got two vessels of water next to him, and this is exactly what happened. He had one vessel of water that had DNA floating in it, just a little bit. And then another vessel of water, another test tube, that didn't have DNA in it. And it was totally sterilized water. And then all he did is electrify the two tubes that were hermetically sealed with a 7 hertz electrostatic signal, as you see where it says generator 7 hertz there. The tube on the left has the DNA, the tube on the right does not, but then after 18 hours of zapping, the tubes that did not have the DNA in it had all of the exact signatures of DNA being there. That's an astonishing fact. And it's very controversial, it's very cutting edge, because how in the heck do hydrogen and oxygen molecules in purified water turn into DNA? It completely boggles the rational mind. How in the heck could that happen? But it goes beyond that. This scientist, Professor Ignacio Pacheco, came up with this study, which is a big mouthful. But what we really want to focus on here is what he did. Pacheco takes a tube of regular water with sterilized beach sand that had been heated up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. He then lets it cool off. He puts it inside the test tube with the distilled water. He caps it off, and he sterilizes that, and then waits 24 hours, and this little scum grows at the top, which he called a surfactant, just to be scientific. Scum doesn't sound scientific enough. Now, if you don't sterilize the beach sand, if you just take this beach sand, dump it in the tube, sterilize the tube with the water in it, wait 24 hours, scrape it off, and look at it under a microscope, this is all you get. Just a bunch of blobs. The trick was sterilizing the sand. Just like in Montagnier's research, where he had those 2 tubes of water, he sterilized the water, okay? In this case, he gets these little guys growing in the water. But all it is in there is sterilized beach sand. This one actually looks almost like a brain. It's got 2 hemispheres. This clearly looks like it was the beginning of a plant that was growing. Obviously, it broke off in the course of going on the microscope slide. You can see where the stem broke off, and obviously the roots are no longer visible. And then even individual leaves started falling off from these little plants that were growing. Here's one of them. And here it is up close, an image of the cells inside the leaf. Very clearly a living biological creature, a little biological plant in this case. Here you see what looks like a red blood cell with a little diamond below it. That would be the silicon starting to crystallize. Now you see what looks like a white blood cell. Here we have what appears to be some sort of larger organism. It's a larger object. And in some of these cases, they begin to form a hard shell around them, almost as if they're becoming shellfish. This could be actually a spiraling little seashell starting to form. And then this guy, this is the one that really blew me away the most. You have a head, you have a body, you have a whole defensive system of spikes built around that creature. And I ask you this question: where the heck did his DNA come from? Where the heck did the DNA come from in Luc Montagnier's test tube that was zapped with 7 hertz electrostatic energy? The answer is DNA appears to be written right into the source field. It's written into the information that makes our reality. Now, not only is life being created by the source field, but it appears that you can beam in different codes to the source field and change one organism to another. This appears to be the real mechanism of evolution. And this was discovered by Dr. Peter Gariev using nothing more than laser light. This is what he did. Here he is on Russian television. Here he is doing a lecture. So you can see this is a real guy. Here he is in his lab. Now, the research that he conducted involved eggs that were laid by a frog. The eggs that were laid by a frog were still embryonic. They hadn't gone very far. Then he has a salamander. He takes the eggs from the salamander and zaps them with a green laser, and then redirects that laser light from the salamander eggs into the frog eggs. And by nothing more than that, the frog eggs had a complete metamorphosis and transformed into salamanders with no evidence of ever having come from a frog in the first place. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that the source field is the source of life. It is not random Darwinian mutation. Charles Darwin's father was a 33rd degree Mason. So do you think maybe there was a reason for them coming out with this idea that if you're the best killer, that you might be the most highly evolved on the planet? Well, it also, Darwinian evolution very conveniently removed the idea of a higher power. Oh, it can all be explained by random. It's just a bunch of things knocking together. There's nothing divine in the universe at all. You're just going to die and that's it. You don't exist anymore. Well, I don't believe that. I believe that human life, the DNA pattern that actually takes little particles, just like the water in Montagnier's test tube was rearranged into DNA, little particles can be rearranged into DNA, and that DNA can have the full template to build a human being. Sergeant Clifford Stone, one of the Disclosure Project witnesses in May 2001, testified that there were 57 different varieties of extraterrestrial that he was exposed to in the course of his work for the Black Ops divisions of the government. 57 varieties of extraterrestrial, and they all looked more or less human. The gray with the big eyes is about as far deviated from what we look like as any of them, and many of them look a lot more like us than you would believe. So this could all be explained by this idea that DNA is a quantum emergent phenomenon. Well, this brings us to the gods that are in every ancient culture. Who were they? What did they say? Every culture worldwide has human characters showing up with advanced capabilities, levitation, telekinesis, telepathy, beams out of their hands that can kill people with one. If you get too close to them, you're trying to threaten them. Well, I'm just going to focus on a few of them. There's many more examples that I give in my all-weekend conferences. Here's the Egyptian god Osiris. Now notice the color of his skin. It's obviously green. And notice his hat. It's a very large hat, which seems unnecessary for the size head that he would normally have. Well, he's accredited with building the Osirian, where these massive blocks of stone, some of which are 100 tons, were effortlessly levitated into place, apparently. Now look at this. Here he is posing with others who do not have green skin. So what the heck is a green-skinned human doing among these other people? Well, the guy on the right wouldn't be a normal person either. He's got a hawk head. But the woman on the left doesn't have any unusual shaped head. That's probably one of the people from here. But there he is, sitting on his throne with green skin and this massive head. So that's a very interesting phenomenon. Then Osiris's son is Akhenaten. And again, he's wearing a massive hat. And you can see here the hat has a roundness to it at the top. Well, is that only a hat or is something else going on? Here's one of the images of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, his wife, with their children. Now notice from the side view that their heads are very large. The hat, at least, is very large. Well, the skeptic says that doesn't mean anything. Okay, here's another image of that from the side. And here's yet another image, a carving of Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their children, where you can see again the very enlarged cranium behind Akhenaten. He's the one in the front. And there it is up close. Okay, here's another image of their little children. Notice they have the same funny little body shape that he does and that Nefertiti does. And again, they have these very strange heads, which we're going to get into that a lot more in just a second here. Here's another image of Akhenaten with a very large head. So you see this is a repeating theme over and over again, and there's that body shape. Now here's an image of Nefertiti, and once again you see the shape of the head appears to encompass more of that hat than would normally be human for us. There's something going on here. Here's another image of how large that hat is, taken from an actual sculpture of her that was found in one of the graves. Now here's another image. Now look at this. You see on the right, Nefertiti's head, it's got this very large pattern around it. And here's another carving showing the unusually sized head on the right. Now that's the one that really is the money shot. Because now what we're seeing is her head without any hair, without any hat on, a very enlarged skull. This is highly, highly anomalous. It's not like any skull we see on Earth. Just to make the point clear, there is a granite carving of their daughter Amarna, and look at that head. That is at least twice the size of a regular human cranium in terms of the brain capacity. You can look at this sculpture from all different angles, and you see this is a very, very unusual phenomenon that is occurring here. Even from the back, it looks much larger than a normal human head, and that would explain the hat. If you take that skull and then you illustrate where the hat would be, now what you're seeing is basically a nice, comfortable winter snow hat. You just put that sucker on. It doesn't need a whole lot more in the back, but that would be a normal-sized hat. To us, it looks enormous, but if your head is that big, then you'd need a hat like that in order to be comfortable. Now, here's another image of Akhenaten, it's a diorite stone, a much heavier stone, and you can see again the enlarged head. And here's another carving. This was a sketch showing that enlarged head of Nefertiti, and Akhenaten's on the left. Now here's another illustration of their daughters. Again, you see that very weird-looking skull. And I want to point out that there is a noticeable difference in the shape of their body from a typical human body. Now, this looks fairly similar, except that the ratio between the rib cage and the waist, where the hips are, is a noticeably smaller rib cage. There appears to be a larger height between the sternum and the pelvis. The rib cage appears to be at least 2 inches taken in on either side from where a normal human would be. And the spine appears to be a lot longer. The length of the spine appears to be longer. Now, people might say, oh, well, this is stylized. This isn't really how they really looked. I disagree, because every illustration we see of them is of them having this really, really narrow rib cage, the unusual pot belly, which, some people say, oh, well, Akhenaten must have had Marfan's syndrome. That's the only explanation for that. It's not true. Everybody's got the same thing. And here we see when they're with their children, the children appear to be fully proportional adult proportions while they're still at the size where they should normally look like infants. So it appears that their heads come out smaller And you can actually see that same oddly shaped head in the children. And here it is again, an illustration of these children. And they all have that same funny shaped body. You can especially see it in this one. First of all, look at the proportion of the child to Akhenaten. The child is only up to his knee, but it has almost an adult proportioned body. It has that same narrow rib cage, that same funny pot belly shape. Now we go to King Tut. Same thing. He's got that big, big hat on. Once again, this is a little gold sculpture of him. Now here's a sculpture of him taken from the front. This is not the one you usually see. From the front, it looks totally fine, but let's rotate that sculpture 90 degrees. Oh my God, there it is. King Tut. Nobody would have ever thought that King Tut wasn't a normal human being born on Earth, but when you see his head from an ancient Egyptian sculpture, it's too big, just like the others. And there are all these skulls that have been found that look just like that. These are over in Peru. Elongated skulls, just like what we were seeing here. Multiple skulls have been found like this, some of which are actually at the Rosicrucian Museum, the AMORC Museum, a little north of San Francisco. You can actually go see these skulls. So this is not something that's been fabricated. These have been discovered. They have yet to be explained. And when the gods came here, they brought with them a message, a mythological message, the most important thing they wanted us to know. They kept doing it over and over again, and they encoded this secret into all these different mythologies. The secret is this: a 25,000-year cycle in the Earth's orbit, which is called the precession of the equinoxes. Why would they do that? Why would they keep telling us the same message over and over again? Well, first of all, let's examine how that message came in. It was two notable historians in the 1960s, Giorgio de Santillana and Herta van de Schend, came up with this amazing work called Hamlet's Mill. And what you see on this book cover is the earth at the bottom with a tree coming out of it. That's often called in the ancient myths the world tree. Now, Graham Hancock believes that he's one of many that illustrate what these Santillana and van de Schend's scholarship concluded, which is that certain archaic myths from all over the world were co-opted, no other word will really do, to serve as vehicles for a body of complex technical data concerning the precession of the equinoxes. This includes everything from exact numbers to colors, all sorts of different ways they did this, but they did it over and over again. This is a mill. This is what you use to grind grain. In the middle of it is a central axis. Then you have a sideways pole coming off of it at 9 degrees with a millstone through the pole. The pole goes through the middle of the millstone. And then you grind the millstone around this well where you put your seeds in. And then the seeds get ground up and they turn into grain. Then you pull the grain out through that little channel that you see in the front on the left. Here's another illustration of a different mill in which all the grinding is done in the middle of a bowl-shaped declivity, but you again have the central axis. Now, in these ancient myths, what they keep having is the idea that this central axis of the corn mill breaks, and that the whole mill breaks down, but that in the aftermath, there is this golden age that's created. Now, Santillana and van de Schend believed that this metaphor of the corn mill is a metaphor of the Earth's axis, that as the miller is going around and grinding, it's the equivalent of the Earth's axis spinning in this 26,000-year cycle. And then these myths also have all the numbers of the precession, all the exact technical data is there. So Santillana and van de Schend conclude the original Amlodi, as his name was in Icelandic legend, which became Hamlet, is an elusive carrier of fate who must yield once his mission is accomplished and sink once more into concealment in the depth of time to which he belongs. He is the Lord of the Golden Age, the once and future king. Well, that's pretty darn interesting. Hamlet is the Lord of the Golden Age. This hero that shows up in all these ancient myths, the breakdown of the mill, corresponds to the coming Golden Age. They track this myth, this is a quote from the book, from the Northland to Rome, Finland, Iran, India, in Polynesian island legends, and the image stands for an astronomical process, the shifting of the sun through the signs of the zodiac, each of which is 2,160 years, adds up to 25,920 years together. So, each age brings a world era a twilight of the gods. Great structures collapse, pillars topple, which supported the great fabric. Floods and cataclysms herald the shaping of a new world. And that's obviously happening to us now. As we follow the clues, stars, numbers, colors, plants, forms, verse, structures, a huge framework of connections is revealed at many levels. This is a true edifice, something like a mathematical matrix, a world image that fits many levels, all of it kept in order by strict measure. So Graham Hancock did all this research tying together Hamlet's Mill, and his conclusion was, it's not some quantum physics thing like the Jungian collective unconscious. It's actually a deliberate effort made by the gods who were contacting every culture, who looked human, maybe a little bit different, and then gave us this amazing information. And they always told us about the Earth's axis, this wobbling cycle, that it ends at a certain time, which is the end of the Mayan calendar, the year 2012, and that it ushers in a golden age. Now, in my work, and it's extensively documented in the book, I have gone through the entire solar system and showed how the planets are all experiencing climate change, just like the Earth. This appears to be the literal fulfillment of the 2012 prophecies. And in the book, I also argue, and we'll do that throughout the rest of this weekend, that the galaxy is pushing us into this new energy zone, that the solar system is actually colliding with a cloud of energy that has a higher, I hate to use the term, but vibrational frequency. It's a higher density of energy in the source field. And that higher density is speeding up the vibration of atoms and molecules on Earth. It's making everything rev up and go faster and faster. Well, sure enough, if you actually go back through the fossil record, we find that there is a 25,000-year cycle in human evolution. 50,000 years ago, more or less, everybody on Earth suddenly started to use tools that were not just for survival, but had ritual purposes for making art and for religion and spirituality. 50,000 years ago, boom, everybody gets this upgrade, and they start doing that. 25,000 years ago, all of a sudden the Neanderthals die out worldwide. And we also have at the same time a dying out of all these large creatures like the saber-toothed tiger and the woolly mammoth that were threatening to human life. Now we're at the end of another cycle once again, and we're seeing Dr. John Hawkes, a University of Wisconsin anthropologist, showing us that in the last 5,000 years, human DNA has evolved 100 times faster than ever before in history, to the point that the DNA molecule is now 7% different on a molecular level than it was 5,000 years ago. So I believe that this will be a shift in space, time, matter, energy, and biology as we know it. I lay out all the clues for that in this book, and throughout the rest of this weekend, those of you who are lucky enough to be here, you're going to hear the whole thing. Hundreds and hundreds more slides coming. This is just an introduction. All of this with the interplanetary climate change and the measurable DNA change that's happening now, that also happened 25,000 years ago, that also happened 50,000 years ago. This is the smoking gun. The gods knew what they were talking about. That wobble in the Earth's axis doesn't appear to be happening randomly. It appears to be the result of a force field that is pushing its way through. And as the Earth is actually pushing through the field, it exerts torque on the Earth's axis. And the field, whatever the structure of energy is the Earth is moving through, it takes the Earth 25,920 years to move through that energy, which I'm going to argue is geometric in nature. That energetic geometry takes 25,000 years, 920 at the end, 25,920 years to move our way through. And then this energy shift occurs. The founding fathers appear to know everything about this. Now, if you want to know what's really going on with the so-called Illuminati, and why these people are so interested in preserving their bloodlines, why there's a royal succession right of kings, it's because those people with the funny heads, they didn't disappear. They've been here and they've interbred more and more, and they look enough like us that you don't see the difference. In fact, 15% of everybody on Earth in all different races, regardless of whether it's Asian, African, whatever, 15% of everybody has measurable extraterrestrial DNA. That's one of the things I heard from these guys on the inside who work in these black projects. So it's not like it's only this selective group, but they still want to preserve that magical power that they had in that other form, when they were in this godlike form. That's what they trace themselves to. If you get to the highest levels on the inside, they laugh at you. You've seen these images of Egyptian gods so many times, but because you're not conditioned to think that extraterrestrials could look just like you and me, you don't notice the differences. You don't notice the narrow rib cage. You don't notice the funny waist with the little pot belly. You don't notice the elongated skull. You don't think about the fact that those skulls have actually been found, that humans could evolve on other planets from a galactic quantum template that literally takes Luc Montagnier's test tube with water in it and turns that water into DNA, or takes Pacheco's test tube with water in it and a little sand that's been sterilized, and you get these little microorganisms growing. I'm saying that's going to happen on any planet, and it's going to spiral its way into humanity. And human beings can get to a much higher level of evolution than what we're at right now here on Earth. And I believe the founding fathers inherited this prophecy directly from these gods, who then, over time, just blended in with the population. So let's look at some interesting things about the Great Seal. First of all, at the top, it says Annuit Septus. Anu, the word root of Anu is year, like annual. Septus is conception, it's born. So it means the year is born. But in this case, the precession, the 25,920-year cycle, is also called the Great Year. And circumstantial evidence, which is very strong, and I'm going to show you all that evidence, shows that that's the year they're talking about being born. It's the end of the cycle. And of course, the pineal gland, the symbolism of the pineal gland being awakened, the pyramid factors in very prominently, which ties it into ancient Egypt, ancient civilizations. The gods built the pyramid, these people with the large heads. And what the heck's going on at the bottom with Novus Ordo Seclorum? Well, this brings us to the writing of Charles A.L. Totten. Now, here he is as a younger man, and he was in the military. You can see him there in full military regalia in the Civil War. And then here he is later in life. Now, it seems pretty clear that this guy was a highly initiated Freemason. I haven't done that research, but I absolutely believe he's got to be 33rd degree. In 1882, he had already become, by that point, a first lieutenant in the 4th Artillery of the U.S. Army, and he wrote a letter to the Secretary of the Treasury, Charles Folger, on February 10th, 1882. And here's what he said. This is a direct quote from Charles Totten. Novus Ordo Seclorum is a quotation from Virgil's 4th Eclogue. I put the word Virgil's in there because that's what he means. That's what everybody knows eclogues are back in those days. And was borrowed in turn by Virgil from the mystic Sibylline records. The Sibylline records were actually channeled texts held as the highest and most heavily guarded treasure in Roman history because they were so accurate. They predicted Constantine by name 800 years before he showed up, predicted Hannibal by name. All these different disasters and events that happened in Roman history were in those texts, and they go right through to the end of the entire age, which is obviously happening now in our time. Now here in Charles Totten's letter of where Novus Ordo Seclorum came from, he actually quotes the original passage. Now this is what the founding fathers were using. The guy's name was Thompson, who actually did this quote in the first place. This is what they were using when they made that symbol on the dollar. This is what they excerpted it from. A mighty order of ages, Novus Ordo Seclorum, a mighty order of ages is born anew, novus, new. Well, the order of ages would be the precessional cycle. And there's, again, plenty of other evidence that that's what they're talking about if you read the whole thing. Both the prophetic virgin and Saturnian kingdoms now return. Well, what would a Saturn kingdom be? Humans that didn't originate on Earth, gods, coming from outer space. Now, it says, a new progeny, that means an offspring, a birth, a new type of birth, a new type of human. Now a new progeny is let down from the lofty heavens. The boy soon to be born, in whom the Iron Age shall come to an end, and the Golden One shall arise again in the whole earth. That is mind-blowing. How many people knew, well, don't raise your hand because you've all read my website, probably some of you know, but how many people knew that that was on the dollar, that that's actually what it was quoted from? It's unbelievable. But Totten's letter doesn't quote the whole thing. There's other stuff that's in that same passage. Here it is. Whatso tracks remain of our old wickedness once done away shall free the earth from never ceasing fear. That sounds pretty good. He shall receive the life of gods and see heroes with gods commingling, and himself be seen of them. This is disclosure. And not just the government telling you that UFOs are real, that humans are in the ships, but the UFOs actually showing up at the end of the age, which is written into all these other prophetic traditions we can talk about, including ones that are modern. And with his Father's worth, reign o'er a world at peace. Now, I believe this has gotten horribly distorted by the so-called Illuminati. I believe the original prophecy was positive. It will remain positive. It's written into Christianity. It's written into Islam with the prophecy of the Mahdi, which is their own Messiah. It's written into Hinduism. They're looking for the return of Krishna and Kalki. Every ancient prophecy, as we said, with this tradition, they talk about the coming golden age. And it's all hidden in the myths with the corn mill and all this stuff. It's in every tradition worldwide. This is the core of the prophecy. The gods return, heroes and gods commingling, humans on earth commingling with the gods, and we receive the life of gods. We become the golden one that arises in the whole earth. Humanity itself is transformed into some other form. Now, a lot of people laugh when I show them this, but after George Washington died, they drew him in an ascended state over and over again. They drew him becoming one of the gods. Here's the little angels putting a wreath on his head as he becomes an ascended being. Here he is as an embodiment of Zeus, holding Zeus's sword, and in that godly position, with a finger going up represents him tapping into the pineal gland. Now, here's another image of George Washington's ascension. In fact, I believe that's what I forget the exact name of this. This is out of Manly Palmer Hall's book. But another thing that's crazy that people don't realize is if you look down here, there's this God on the throne with the golden eagle representing the phoenix above him, and he's twice the height of all the other people in the room. Oh, well, that can't mean anything. That's just got to be a perspective difference. No, it's not. This is again showing you the gods. George Washington ascended up with the gods. And here's Lincoln. George Washington literally brings Lincoln up, and Lincoln also was believed to have ascended when he got to the end of his life. And so Washington puts the wreath on his head, which means he's now an ascended God. So they actually believed that the founding fathers didn't have to reincarnate again, that they automatically go into the golden age and the ascended state as this happens. Just to cement the point home, and this is the last thing that our video is going to end on. Here we have the inside of the U.S. Capitol Dome. It's the most famous thing you see in America other than the Statue of Liberty or the Washington Monument. It's that big dome with the steeple on top. But if you go inside the dome and you look up, you see a painting in there, and this is the wide view of it, and it's called The Apotheosis of George Washington, and it's openly titled that. What does apotheosis mean? Man becomes God. And here, as you can see, George Washington is posing with all of the gods. They all have their little regalia. These are human extraterrestrials that came to the earth. They're being depicted here. He's now among them. And they show him sitting on a rainbow, which clearly indicates, if the gods weren't enough, that he has now ascended, because there are many illustrations of Jesus after his ascension also showing him sitting on a rainbow, indicating he's now in an ascended state. And if you go over to the Tibetan traditions, there are many, many illustrations of the rainbow body, which literally means that as you ascend and your body dematerializes, you start to get all these wonderful rainbow colors that are visible around you. That's the rainbow body state. Now, here's something else that's very interesting. You see those little circles around the ring? There's a total of 72 of those circles. And of course, the Earth's precession moves by 1 degree every 72 years. If you add up 72 times 360, that gives you your precessional cycle, the whole cycle of 25,920 years. Now, inside each of those little circles is a 5-pointed star. And if you look really closely, there's a pine cone after every second ring. After every second circle is a little bitty pine cone mounted there, again showing the pineal gland symbolism. But let's look at those stars. There's 5 pointed stars, and there's 72 of them. You add that up, it's a total of 360 points. Now, if you take that 360 points, the total number of points, and then you multiply it again by the number of stars, which is 72, you come out with 25,920. This is one of the ways in which it is clear that the Founding Fathers wanted to encode this information about the precession into that illustration of what's going on around George Washington when he reaches apotheosis and he becomes a god. William Henry has talked extensively about this. This is really his domain. So I want to give him full credit for that. His website is williamhenry.net. We've spoken together a bunch of times. He does a lot more on this than I'm going into now. Next, I want you to look at the side area below the tall windows. You'll see on the right-hand side a frieze, as it's called, F-R-I-E-Z-E. It's a long illustration of various events in American history that's around the dome. And there's various examples, when the settlers came with the American Indians. But here's the one that I'm the most interested in. This is the moment where Cortez met Montezuma. And of course, as you look closely, you see Montezuma he's got the same interesting position of the gods. His hand is aimed at this fire that has a serpent in it. The serpent, again, it represents the pineal gland, the fire of the pineal gland, the awakening. The serpent is the uraeus, that kundalini energy coming up. But notice what's behind Montezuma in this image. It's the Mayan calendar. The Mayan calendar that ends in 2012, inside the Capitol Dome. Just to make sure that you got the point. Apotheosis, 2012, the third eye, the sigil on the back of the dollar bill. They wanted you to know this. They quoted Novus Ordo Seclorum saying that people will become gods. Why do you think the gods know that this is what's going to happen? Because they know about this cycle. They've seen it happen before. They're really excited about it, and they're going to be coming back very soon. That's what all this UFO stuff is about. And last but not least, we see what appears to be a code hidden in the pyramid. If you take the date 1776 at the bottom, and then you look at the Mayan calendar cycle, one of the basic Mayan cycles is called a Katun. It's 19.7 years long. You begin that Katun in 1756, and sure enough, one of the Katuns ends very close to the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776. So if you can consider that the Mayan Katun might be symbolized by these 13 courses, then 1756 would be the beginning of all these precursor events that they did to directly lead to America being founded. It didn't just start out of nowhere in 1776. It took this big 20-year process to build up to the Boston Tea Party and all these things they did. Well, you count 13 courses and you end up at the top in the year 2012, which is when the cycle ends and the pineal gland opens up. The year is born, Annuit Septis, Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new order of ages is born. The gods come back. We receive the life of gods and are seen together with them. The golden one arises again in the whole earth. Now, in case anybody knocks me and says, well, 13 Katuns doesn't mean anything. The Mayan Katun, 13 means nothing. Not true. Spanish conquistadors, when they went to Central America, they saw that everybody at that time was using a 13 Katun system to count time. And this is an actual illustration sketched by the Spanish of that counting system of 13 Katuns. So it was very widely known. And there's your Templar cross up at the top, one of the symbols of the Illuminati. So they got this information a long time ago. They got really excited. And I believe that part of the timing of the Declaration of Independence was to be on that dividing line of 1776, which also Kabbalistically is 888 plus 888, which is another symbolism of the duality of positive and negative that makes the universe. So, look, it's all been laid out for you here. You look back on what I've said about the source field. We're seeing that there is a whole lot of science that we don't now possess. Information that leads to the understanding that we are sharing a consciousness with each other. Scientific discoveries are happening in different places around the world, and we tap into each other's minds. DNA is emerging directly out of the source field to create human life. One species in Garyev's research, the frog eggs were zapped and transformed into the salamander eggs. There is a provable 25,000-year cycle in human evolution. 50,000 years ago, boom, we start using all these tools for spiritual purposes and for art for the first time. We become a lot more interesting to hang out with for the gods, probably. 25,000 years ago, the Neanderthals all die out. The big bad creatures all die out. The saber-toothed tigers, the woolly mammoths, the ones that threaten human life, boom, they're gone. And now we're seeing the DNA molecule becoming 7% different. The rate of evolution has increased by 100 times faster in the last 5,000 years. Provable microbiological evidence that we're changing. We can prove that the solar system is transforming, that climate change is not just an effect on Earth, it's happening throughout the solar system. So when Gariev transformed those salamander eggs with light and captured that genetic code on the photons, zapped it into the frog eggs, I believe that's what's happening to us right now. We're moving into this new energy zone. It's activating the planets, it's heating them up, it's making the molecules actually move faster, but it's also increasing the source field vibration, which is making us become more intelligent. And the Flynn effect proves that. IQ scores have been going up 3 points per decade for over a century. It's another provable fact that's in the book. The Founding Fathers definitely knew about this. They wrote it everywhere they could. It's in the Capitol Dome, the apotheosis of George Washington. They drew him in an ascended form, sitting with the gods on a rainbow. They drew the Mayan calendar on the side. They put the 25,920 points, if you multiply the points in those stars by 72. Then they have it on the Great Seal of the United States, the awakened pineal gland, the pyramid with 13 courses. If 1776 represents the end of the first cycle, 2012 would be the end. So here we are at this unique juncture in our time. We have UFOs showing up more and more in our skies. I have extensively documented on my website, DivineCosmos.com, this ongoing saga of disclosure, which appears to be building up to something. There's all these articles coming out about UFOs, UFOs, UFOs in the mainstream media. I don't think we're going to stay ignorant. I don't think this is going to remain mysterious. I believe that we are going through a galactic transmutation of what it means to be human. I believe that most of the people who are visiting us are good. They founded Christianity. They founded all the major world religions. They worked behind the scenes to give us what we needed to evolve, to become more loving people, to be more attuned with the source field, so that our pineal glands can awaken and we can be ready to become those light body people who are predicted to come here at this time of the end of the age. Everybody who watches my videos says, I've seen all your videos. And then I say, did you read my last article on the website? And then they go, you have a website? DivineCosmos.com. Once or twice every month, at least twice a month, I write a new article. So part of what you need to do when you watch this video is don't stop here. Go back to my website, DivineCosmos.com, look it up, read all this stuff. This is just a tiny portion of what I've done. Yes, you have to buy the book. It's only $30 retail. You can get it for like $18 on Amazon. It's totally awesome. This is just an eyedropper of what's in there. I want to thank you for watching this, and I want to thank you all for being here.